Left, 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 right, left, right, oh, left. March time, march. Details, hold. All right.
Thank you very much to the Marshal House for the Child Girls and the National Police. At this time, please remain standing. I would like to invite Father Angelos Figueroa Obey Koshar lead us in the operation. Father.
Lord our God, Father of all, source of all wisdom and justice, we praise and thank you for this year's National Law Day debate and your purpose for it. We know that when we gather together in your sight, you always have a divine agenda. And we love you for that, Father. That even when we have done our best to serve you and our nation, the results are so much greater than we ever could have imagined. And even when our attempts to improve the welfare of all seem to fail, you surprise us with your awesome goodness and faithfulness in providing us with what we need. Our prayer today is that your will be done through this annual Law Day event. May your justice prevail throughout the NSM. Take what has been prepared by all the participants and multiply and bless their efforts as only you can. Guide our intentions to be in line with your gracious will. May this debate today bring you greater honor and glory as we strive to discover what is best for our nation's growth and development. And so, Father, blanket us all with your peace today. Keep us always in your love. And let your love for all be the guiding light for everything we set out to accomplish and celebrate. We ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. At this time, we will be hearing a welcoming remark. It will be delivered by the Honorable Union Power Russell, Associate Justice of the Executive Court. Justice.
Thank you, Kevin. First, I thank Lord Heavenly Father for this beautiful day understand that we're in the copyright investment, but somewhere in the world. Our traditional leaders of the organization are President Walter Hernandez and Pastor Christopher Silva. Other worthy dignitaries that are present with us from the Department of Justice. Those that I want to recognize but not is Hernandez. I apologize for this. Maria Gomez, Vice President of the citizens and people that is here and is invited to the internet or the people community. Legal community, judges for our panel, judges for our debate today, keynote speaker, and parents, donors, coaches, friends, and most especially our debaters for this year, 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Chief Justice of the Edison Supreme Court, the Associate Justices, and the staff of the Edison Supreme Court, I welcome you to this year's National Law Debate. Today, July 12, 2019, marks 30 years since July 12, 1981, when the Supreme Court of Edison was inaugurated as the highest court of this nation. So to celebrate and commemorate this milestone in our young nation, the Edison Supreme Court sponsors a national law debate each year where high school students throughout the nation are called upon to engage in public debate over national issues of legal, political, and economic significance. These national debates allows our young innovative students to voice their opinions on issues that are significant to our nation, issues that often happen or are being contemplated by our leaders in this nation. The debate opens a door to our young students to a world of immense talent, because by participating in these debates, our young students will have actually experienced the true nature and role of a leader when handling matters of national significance. I therefore want to congratulate our students for making one of the best decisions in their early lives as future leaders of this nation. Before I go on, I would like to recognize Mrs. Christopher. Our topic today believes be it resolved that Edison shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress. The issue of women representative in Congress is not new. It has been around. A similar topic was debated upon by high school students in the 2013 National Law Debate. Congressional bills have been proposed relating to women representation in the Edison Congress as early as 2008 and as recent as in 2018. Totaling about 9 congressional bills between the ballot years. Truly, as we can see, this is a rigorous issue and a topic of interest and importance to our people and nation. I have therefore confidence that our young leaders are prepared and will bring into focus the question of whether or not temporary special measures should be adopted by our nation to ensure women representatives in Congress. Once again, I extend our warm welcome to everyone, to our young leaders, and Jane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'd like to also join Justice Boswell and recognize
proclamation for July 12th, FSM Law Day. Whereas on July 12, 1965, the Congress of Micronesia was convened as the first indigenous lawmaking body for its people, the people of the Micronesian region. Whereas on July 12, 1975, the first Micronesian Constitutional Convention was convened. Whereas on July 12, 1978, the citizens of the Federated States of Micronesia approved the FSM Constitution, thereby giving birth to our new nation. Whereas on July 12, 1981, the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia was inaugurated as the highest court of our nation. Whereas in observance of the significant legal and national events that have occurred in the history of this nation on the 12th day of July, the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia commemorates this special day as one in which high school students throughout the nation are called upon to engage in public debate over national issues of legal, political, and economic significance. Whereas the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia will host this year's winners of the debates from each state to compete at the National Law Day debate on July 12, 2019 in the state of Pompeii. Now therefore I, David Anuelo, President of the Federated States of Micronesia, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and laws of the FSM, do hereby proclaim July 12, 2019 as Law Day in the Federated States of Micronesia, and urge all citizens and residents, governments, private agencies, and organizations throughout the nation to commemorate this day in ways that promote and advocate respect for justice, the rule of law, and good governance. Signed 25th of June, 2019. David Anuelo, President of the FSM. And I wish the teams good luck today.
Thank you very much, Greg, for the reading of the proclamation. At this time, it gives me great honor and privilege to introduce to you the main actors of today's event, our teams. All of these teams have debated at the state level, and those who are with us today are champions. They were selected to represent each of their respective states. So, starting with the state of Yap, representing the state of Yap for the 2019 FSM National Law Day, debaters are, should I call you in, please rise up. Nicholas Jun, Alexander Capito, and their alternate is Daniel Tungod. And their coach is Joshua Terrence June. They are from the Yap Catholic High School. Thank you very much, Team Yap. Representing the state of Chuk, the debaters are Daniel Masao Nakayama, Hope Mori, and the alternate is Roxanne Aruna. And they are being coached by Raisa Chui. They are from Chuk High School. Representing the state of Koshai, from Koshai High School, the their alternate is Jamie Lucy Palik. They are being coached by Ms. Lena Ruan George. Let's congratulate debaters. At this time, we will be hearing a keynote address. I'm very sorry. I'm really sorry. Apologies to the whole state. Please join me in recognizing and congratulating the state of Mumbai, or the whole state, Felicitas Sam, please stand up. I'm sorry, Felicitas. J.D. Joel, please stand up, J.D. I'm sorry. Alternate, Mermelane Jonah, apologies again. And the coach, Mr. O. Jones Penias. O. Jones, I'm sorry, Coach. They are now we will move on to hear our keynote address. But before we do that, I would like to invite Mr. Atalino Adeser to give a short introduction of our keynote speaker this year.
Our keynote speaker, Ennett Jr. Ennett, was born and raised in the great state of Juba. He graduated from Beira Christian High School in 2001 and went on to attend Pacific Island Bible College, which is now called Pacific Island University, where he graduated with his diploma in biblical studies in 2004. He briefly lived in Hawaii from 2005 to 2006, where he worked and did part-time studies. He later moved back to Chuuk and started teaching at Beira Christian High School. After he got married, he and his wife moved to the Marshall Islands and he taught at the Rita Christian School. They lived there from 2008 to 2010. Not satisfied, and then wanted to go back to school, so he moved to Portland, Oregon, and in 2011 he started attending the Multnomah University. He graduated with his bachelor's degree in 2013, double majoring in biblical studies and teaching English to speakers of other languages. He then went on to law school and attended the Mississippi College School of Law. He graduated in 2017 with his Doctor of Jurisprudence. After law school, he first started working in Portland, Oregon at SOAR Immigration Legal Services, and later on accepted a position at Heart of the Valley Law, a law firm in Crowfield, Oregon. And then, as always, maintained a close connection with the migration communities. While in school, he worked for the Immigrant and Refugee Community Organization in Oregon, where he was the Pacific Islander community leader and a youth advocate for the Pacific Island communities. In Hawaii and in Oregon, he was very much involved in youth and church organization, and he also served as a volunteer advocate and interpreter for the Chuukese community. through the Pacific Gateway Office. Through partnership with the FSM Consulate Office in Portland, and that conducted several Know You Right workshops throughout the state of Oregon, targeting the COFA citizens. But ended was once again not satisfied. There is this song that goes like, "You can take the boy from the island, but not the island from the boy." This was very true for him. He has always felt the urge to come back to the islands to give back to his people. So in 2018, he applied for and was offered the staff attorney position at the FSM Supreme Court here in Boonville. And that has been with the court since October 2018. At the court, he has already done several outreach programs focusing on legal rights and protection under the FSM Constitution. He, along with the Director of the Court Administration, conducted several workshops and presentations on access to justice and enabling rights in all the 4 states targeting both government and non-governmental organizations. It is my pleasure to welcome our one and only keynote speaker, Ennett Jr. Ennett.
I would like to join the ones who went before me in recognizing the presence of our high government officials, Associate Justice Honorable Elaine Worsworth, Chief Justice of the FSM Court, Dennis K. Himase, and all the other judges and justices, state and local levels, government leaders, traditional leaders, church and community leaders, honored guests, parents, families, friends, and most especially the debaters and your coaches. Ladies and gentlemen, Kasaleria, Magavi, Lenmo, Tiro, and Raranim, greetings to you all. While it is indeed a great honor and privilege to be here to give a keynote address for this year's annual Law Day, it is also a very daunting task. The shoes that I'm trying to fill are just too big for me. I feel underqualified, or as my friends at the court say, not certified, to speak on such an important topic at an event like this. And of all the topics, they chose this, and of all the people in here, they chose me. There are many more qualified and capable people in our midst today who can do a better job. You know, in Chuk, many of the young people like rice. They don't like abut or fermented breadfruit. So if you came to get rice, I am sorry. You are getting fermented breadfruit. If you walk away disappointed, just blame the MC. Anyways, please bear with me as I share a few thoughts that may or may not make sense. I promise I'll keep this short. I may jump all over the place, but hang in there. You'll be just fine. Now, I have never participated in debates, at least not formal debates, like what we will be witnessing today. But what is the purpose of debate? Why is debate so important? I used to think debates were just arguments. Now, when I say arguments, I mean the yelling and yapping, trying to see who's going to win. Usually it's the loudest and more aggressive one that wins. But that's not what this debate is going to be. At least, I hope it's not. According to the school of Buddhism, debate is not about defeating someone with clever logic. Instead, debates are used to help you develop certainty in your understanding. Debate allows us to develop decisive awareness. Debates bring us closer to the truth. It promotes the idea of freedom of inquiry and true enlightenment. The topic for this year's annual debate has to do with women in Congress. The overall theme for 2019's Annual Law Day revolves around women in Micronesia. But why is this important to us? Why should we care about this topic? My own opinion, here's why I think it's important. Because it strikes a deeply held conviction for Micronesians, and that is that women are foundational to our survival. Let me share some examples. Just a few weeks ago, I read a book about the Suez Rebellion. How many of you are familiar with that? Okay, to make it brief, some islanders witnessed the beating of one of their people, and they got mad, and some Suez warriors, led by Somadao, went to a mission that was in Suez and killed nearly all the Germans who were there. During that massacre, 2 were spared when some Hanaban women threw themselves between the attackers and the 2 men. You see, even the great Somadao, who knew no fear, respected these women in the midst of chaos and flaming anger. I remember when a fight would break out in my village. Women were the peacemakers. When a family wronged another, women had the role of initiating conciliation. A woman's presence is that powerful. Women are skilled and powerful diplomats and peacemakers. Women hold down the fortress and maintain peace when there is unrest or disagreements within the communities. And as a matrilineal society, yes, we are. Women maintain ownership of lands. It is from women that we find our sense of belonging. My mother's clan is my clan. The lineage of chiefs goes through women. In Chuk, we refer to our female relatives, even cousins, as Ide, translated, my mother. That is how important and valuable women are in Micronesia. Many tend to shy away from this topic for whatever reason. But as Micronesians, we must engage actively and persistently in this particular debate. For in many ways, this topic will test the mettle of our cultural conscience and our courage to exercise our voice as participants on the world stage of ideas. It will test our resiliency and our ability to cope with the ever-changing world around us. I know when it comes to family violence and gender inequality, many are quick to blame our customs and our traditions. What they are essentially saying is that our culture is at fault. I beg to differ. It is not our culture. That has never been, and it will never be the Micronesian way. Our culture embraces and empowers women. The inequality that we see today is the result of our generation's disregard or even ignorance of our values, which are rooted in respect and humility. Yes, our culture assigns different roles for men and women that complement one another, and the roles do change and adapt to better fit a particular circumstance, but roles do not determine value. The problem is not our culture. Our culture is what makes us unique as a people, and it defines who we are as Micronesians. The problem is that we have devalued certain roles and elevated others. Our perceptions about women and their roles change, but that is the consequence of being mere spectators and not participants in this topic. So, as our forefathers navigated the seas of old, so must we today navigate the seas of change, never forgetting the willowy, the rear side of the canoe, and not losing sight of our women, the front. In many ways, we live in an age of urgency, and we cannot afford to sit on the sidelines and be swayed by ideas that were never meant to grow in the valleys of Palibi, or the riverbanks of Malin, or the sand strips of Uli, or the mountains of Horatio. We must chart our own path and discover new territories as pioneers of our own future. There's a statement by the Chief Justice of the Yap State Court. That first statement, I really like it. It says, it's in the handbook or the booklet that's handed out. Sometimes, if not often enough, we copy things from other lands without an initial determination if what we're copying makes sense to us or if we truly need to copy. Today's debate will bring us closer to the truth, and the truth is a common goal and understanding which will be homegrown and made in Micronesia. Together we will discover what makes sense and what matters more to us as Micronesians. But always remember this truth. Women will remain foundational to us as a people. I'm happy that there's not only the debaters, but many students here. So I want to close by leaving you with some words of encouragement. Never stop challenging yourselves and expanding your horizon. Nothing is unattainable. Nothing is impossible. With hard work, due diligence, commitment, determination, and perseverance, you can do great things for yourselves, for your families, for your communities, and for the FSM. You are our future and our children's future. I commend you and applaud you for your accomplishments, but don't let this debate be just another event. Take it as an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to challenge yourselves to do great things. Yes, the journey will not be easy. There will be times where you may fall, or you may want to quit. But falling down is part of the learning process. Get up, learn from it, and move on. It does not matter whether you fall or not. What matters is how you respond and what you make of it. Remember, we are here. The court is here. Our communities are here. And the FSM is here to cheer you on, to support you, and to help you set sail on the right voyage. Again, never forgetting your goodwill and not losing sight of your women. In other words, be proud Micronesians. Wherever you go, be proud to be a Micronesian. In my time in Portland, I was always the quiet one. I never wanted to say anything in class because I feared that, hey, I'm here, they're here. But as I go along, I did some research and I realized our Micronesian communities out there tend to deny their identity because they want to mesh in, they want to be part of the larger group. It should not be like that. We are Micronesians and we should be proud of it. Good luck to you all. Kalangan, Kamagat, Tulo, Irisunjaku, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let the keynote address. We are coming close to the conclusion of our opening ceremony. At this time, I would like to invite Pastor Rickson Keeling, from the Ambassador Baptist Church, to lead us in the benediction.
Please join me as we pray together. Thank you, Lord, for this day. We thank you for your goodness, your love, your mercy. Thank you for all you've done for our lives. We thank you especially for the wonderful gift of salvation through your Son, Jesus Christ. We thank you for what's been said, all that has been done today. And we think about those students who will be discussing matters and debates that they will do today, that you would help them, give them clarity of thoughts, help them do their best. And may you continue to lead this nation, and we may follow your direction based on your word, the laws of God's word. We give you praise for all that you'll do, and we pray and ask all this in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, leaders, students, parents, our opening ceremony for the 2019 National Law Day has been concluded. We will take a few minutes break to allow the committee to set up, and then we can proceed on to the main events of the day, which are the debates. We are now taking a recess. I would like to invite our honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, students. We have some light refreshments prepared. Please feel free to grab something. We are taking a break to allow the committee to prepare for our next meeting. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first debate this morning will be between the team representing the great state of Bombay versus the great debate team coming out from the state of Yap. But before we proceed, may I ask our staff to escort both teams from the state of Chuk and state of Osha out of the courtroom or out of here to their designated waiting rooms while the first debate between the team from Bonpin and the team from Yap start the first round. Our first debate this morning will be between Team Bonpei versus Team Yap. Team Bonpei will argue for and Team Yap will argue against the proposition. Introduction. Team Bonpei coming out from Pix High School. Debaters are Felicitas Sam, please come forward. Jaylin Joel. And they are coached by Mr. Ochon Pinias. Introducing Team Yap, coming out from Yap Catholic High School. Debaters are Nicholas Unzan, please come forward, and Alexander Acapito. And they are coached by Joshua King. The unchangeable panel of 3 judges and 1 alternate for all the debates today are Ms. Tammy Davis, General Counsel at the FSM Supreme Court, Caroline Crum, Assistant Attorney General at the FSM AG's office, Catherine Allen, lawyer at the FSM Congress office, and our alternate will be Ennett Jr. Ennett, FSM Supreme Court. Our timekeeper today for today's debate is the one and only Ms. Joylin Widget, Secretary Reporter from the FSM Supreme Court. May I ask all debaters, including those that are staying in the separate rooms, no cell phone allowed. If you have a cell phone with you, please turn it off and put it away. Now we can start our debate. Proponents of the proposition, you have 3 minutes.
No struggle can end without women participating side by side with men, by Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a sailing canoe without an outrigger, or a Christmas tree without Christmas lights, or a family without a mother. Then you have seen a picture of a world without the presence of women. In such a world, there exists a huge gap that has to be filled so that everything will be complete. The FSM Congress is an example of such a world where women are needed to coexist with men. The fact that women have remained underrepresented in Congress is quite disappointing, and our team finds it difficult to ignore that fact. That women in the FSM need some sort of a boost to reach up to where they have never been but should have been. My team and I stand here today to argue that the FSM should adopt temporary special measures to ensure that each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress. As defined by the United Nations Development Program, temporary special measures are fast-track measures to ensure that women are elected to office. And these measures are the most effective mechanism that we can use today to promote women's representation in Congress. In order for our team to convince everyone to join our stance, we have provided 3 main points that we seek to explain and prove throughout today's debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim Bombay. Opponents of the proposition, introduction, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, honored guests, judges, members of the audience, and members of the proposition. Thank you today for giving us time to discuss and debate the resolution that says, be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress. We, the members of the opposition, are against this resolution for 5 main reasons. Reason 1, it implies gender discrimination because there's an implication in the resolution that women need temporary special measures to get into Congress. And the language in the resolution also states that women need to be insured. That in itself is gender discrimination because it insures women but not men. Reason 2, the research and lobbying required for this resolution is costly and time-consuming. And if it were to go into effect, there would need to be a constitutional convention, and that in itself is also costly and time-consuming. Reason 3, it is unnecessary. There is no legal barrier blocking women from getting elected into a congressional seat. Reason 4, it contradicts the spirit of the FSM Code and Constitution. The FSM Code and Constitution does not discourage equality. On the contrary, it encourages equality. The words in the FSM Code are the words senator and member. Those words are gender ambiguous. They do not pertain to men, and they do not pertain to women. It implies that both men and women can get into Congress with not much of a hassle from legal barriers. And reason 5, temporary special measures would take away the merit of the office. A woman elected with temporary special measures can never compete on equal ground with someone elected on a 2-year and 4-year seat without special measures, because that is the nature of special measures. They are special. And we, the members of the opposition, urge everyone in this room to consider going against this resolution for those 5 reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina. At this time, let's hear from the proponents on their main argument. You have 15 minutes.
Point number 1 is fast track. Resolved. FSM should adopt TSMs to fast track women's equal representation in Congress. The FSM became independent on May 10, 1979, yet we have never had a female representative in Congress. On March 5, 2019, the 4 states of the FSM went to the polls to elect the 20th Congress. Attorney Marcela E. Jack and Dr. Merlin Abelo Alfonso were the 2 women candidates who stood for the FSM National Congress. On March 13, 2019, the FSM National Election Office published their official final tallies, and of the 14 senators that were elected, none of them were women. According to Marcela Jack, this last election marks the 10th year since women have contested a seat in Congress. In fact, FSM is one of the only countries in the world to have never have elected a woman into its national legislature. Why? Is our country too young to make such an accomplishment? Ladies and gentlemen, FSM, compared to some other countries in the world, is not a young country. Take Palau, for example. Palau became independent in 1994, but in 2013, the first 3 female representatives were elected to Congress. Palau has accomplished woman representative in Congress within 19 years, while FSM never for once within 40 years. We should admit the reality that our women need some sort of a boost to reach up to the national level and engage into the decision-making of our nation. According to the Vice Speaker of the FSM Congress, Honorable Esmond B. Moses, and I quote, "There are issues that females understand that males will never understand, and that is why we need females' perspective." End of quote. The development and growth of our nation requires the perspective of both genders to be brought onto the decision-making table. We need participation and cooperation between the genders. According to Marcela E. Jack, candidate for the last congressional election, and I quote, "We are talking about building our nation. We are not talking about competition." End of quote. Let us open our eyes to see what is going on in other countries in the Pacific, such as Samoa, Bougainville, New Caledonia, etc. These countries are much more developed than us, yet they felt that TSMs are necessary for the time being. As Honorable Fiami Naomi Mataafa of Samoa stated, and I quote, "We decided that we need to provide a floor, not a ceiling." End of quote. The TSMs would, in a limited period of time, provide women with the opportunity to prove their leadership capabilities to the entire FSM. In Bougainville, for example, as of year 2005, 25 women contested for the reserved seats, but none contested for the open seats. 2 general elections later, 23 women contested for the reserved seats, 11 contested for the open seats, and 1 was elected in Congress. This is evidence that Bougainville's adoption of TSM has changed the public's view on women's political representation and has empowered women. According to Rose Behave, Director of Bougainville Women's Forum and former Member of Parliament, and I quote, "Without special measures in Bougainville, women will continue to struggle to enter politics and to demonstrate their efficiency and capability in the parliament. Women who have entered have proven their worth and have made a valuable contribution. End of quote. The rise of women to national politics is very slow, and we never know when will the first woman be elected to Congress. And that is why we need TSMs to ensure that women are elected to Congress. Point number 2, substantive discrimination. Resolve, FSM should adopt temporary special measures because it is the only way for women to avoid the manifested practice of discrimination against Micronesian women. If we say that we do not discriminate women in the FSM, then how would we explain the reality that we have had a woman as an ambassador, as head of a department, and as a supervisor, but never as a representative in Congress? Women make up more than 50% of the population, yet only 5 women have attempted to run within 40 years, but they were all unsuccessful. What seems to be the barrier that has been preventing women from running or from being elected to Congress? Ladies and gentlemen, there is this thing we call substantive discrimination, which is a type of prejudice that is manifested within ourselves. We Micronesians have this manifested practice, cultural practice or belief that women are inferior to men. According to Chapter 2 of the Sustainable Human Development in the FSM by Francis F. Cecil, S.J., and I quote, "Women were looked upon as the caretakers of the land, and they exercised a large measure of control over the allocation of land use rights within and outside of the family. Men, on the other hand, were the spokesmen for the family and the village. They held the titles and the chieftainships." End of quote. In fact, modernization may have changed many aspects of our traditional ways of life, but it has not entirely changed the way we think. We tend to bring our cultural attitude towards women to the voting ballots, and our mentality that men are the spokesmen for the family and the village has influenced the way we elect our representatives to Congress. According to the case studies of TSM's implementation in the Pacific region, New Caledonians held the same type of cultural attitude towards women. As stated by Macaulay Tingle, a political advisor from New Caledonia, and I quote, "Arguments were made that women, and particularly indigenous women, were not ready to enter parliament. There was this idea that a woman in politics would just be like having a face in your house. It would look very nice, but would not serve a very useful purpose." End of quote. After adopting a temporary special measure, New Caledonians learned the lesson that implementing a quota allows women to demonstrate they have the necessary experience to be in politics. New Caledonia did what is best for its people, but what about the FSM? It is obvious that FSM citizens are not yet ready to elect their own female representatives, for they have not realized how important it is for women to be in Congress today. And it will take many, many more generations to come for this mindset to change. And our country cannot wait that long for women to engage in decision making. That is why we must adopt temporary special measures to assure everyone in the FSM that women have the ability to be a spokesperson for the FSM family. Point number 3, legal obligation. Resolve. FSM should adopt TSMs to ensure women's political representation in Congress because it is our legal obligation as a member state party of the United Nations. Nations. In 1979, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a national treaty known as the CEDAW, Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The treaty is described as a Bill of Rights that seeks to empower women all over the world. In 2003, the FSM ratified this convention and has obligated itself to the terms of the convention. Article 7 of the convention paid particular attention to women's political participation, stating that states shall ensure that women have equal rights with men to vote, hold public office, and participate in civil society. Women in the FSM have already been given the right to vote and to participate in civil society and have held public office, but not yet at the national level. In fact, women do have the equal rights with men to hold public office at the national level, but so far, none has ever been elected. So it is our government's duty to provide women with a gateway into the national level by adopting temporary special measures. However, most of us are against the adoption of temporary special measures, saying that it discriminates against the male gender. But, as stated in Article 4 of the Convention, and I quote, adoption of temporary special measures aimed at accelerating the de facto equality between men and women shall not be considered discrimination as defined in the present convention, but shall in no way entail as a consequence the maintenance of unequal or separate standards. End of quote. The convention does not aim to favor women over men, but it aims to promote women's rights. FSM is one of the only 3 countries in the world that have in the Pacific that have no women in Congress today, along with Papua New Guinea and Vanuatu. So as a member of the United Nations, we are bound to implement the CEDAW to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women. As stated under the CEDAW, it is our solemn duty to provide women with a gateway into the national level by adopting temporary special measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Pimbote. At this time, Tinya, opponents of the proposition, you have to give your rebuttal to the main argument. You have 5 minutes.
We would like to point out that according to the IPU database of statistics, women do not actually make up more than 50% of the FSF population. They actually make up less than that. It's almost a 50-50, but men make up more of the population by 0.8%. Thank you.
We would also like to point out that a democratic republic are founded by 3 principles: peace, equality, and justice. Or they could also be defined as peace, liberty, and justice. These 3 words are written in our national motto. And they shape and form the political culture of the FSM. And the FSM government are bound to those 3 values. And those values are incorporated into the FSM Code and into the FSM Constitution. It provides a way for women to be in Congress. But there are certainly other factors that must be taken into consideration. The question of qualification. Are they qualified? There's also the question of the culture now. And I would also like to point out that laws do not always have to be specific. In fact, Professor Edward B. Youngkins, who is a professor at William J. University, states, and I quote, "A law should be abstract, and it must always apply equally to all individuals." Unquote. It doesn't matter whether it doesn't say men and women have to be in Congress, as long as it's vague enough for people and the government to interpret. It is possible for women to grasp the interpretations of the FSM Code and the FSM Constitution to be members of the FSM Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimyat. At this time, proponents, you have 3 minutes for your response to rebuttal.
So they did not respond to our points. As I said, fast track. The FSM should adopt fast track to fast track women's equal representation in Congress. The FSM should adopt TSM because it is the only way for women to avoid the manifested practice of the discrimination against women, Micronesian women. And it also ensure women's political representation in Congress because it is our legal obligations as a member state party of the UN. Thank you.
Thank you, Diponpe. At this time, opponents' main argument. You have 15 minutes.
Firstly, by having these temporary special measures incorporated as national law or as appropriate actions to be taken within the nation, imply gender discrimination. The members of defense who are supporters of the debate proposition will possibly state that having these temporary special measures would be able to cut down on gender discrimination within the nation and to tone down inequality. Or it could also destroy completely. However, that is not the case. Instead, by having these temporary special measures, we will see a rise of another form of gender discrimination and favoritism towards one gender over the other. This is related to the concept of reverse discrimination. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, reverse discrimination, when defined in the context of the allocation of resources, employment, public office, etc., is, and I quote, the practice or policy favoring individuals belonging to groups known to have been discriminated against previously, unquote. The proponents of this resolution would possibly state that these temporary special measures would prevent gender discrimination and that people would vote more for women in order to remove gender inequality from the equation. Although this strategy would be helpful in some cases, it would be possible for it to change some attitudes around. The measures can be discriminatory in some forms. The general elections within the Federated States of Micronesia provide opportunities for both men and women to serve in the FSM Congress according to the FSM Constitution and the FSM Code. However, by introducing and enacting these measures to become national law, if we define them to be congressional bills to reserve seats for women in Congress, there will be no fair representation. There will be no fair competition for both genders to serve in the FSM government because of special reservations. Other concerns stem from the fact that women even view these temporary special measures to be discriminatory themselves. Women would believe that these measures were created by men because they believed that women are too weak to be members of the FSM Congress and that men had to do it for them. Minority opponents would also possibly state that more people would vote for women to serve in political office, specifically in the FSM Congress, should the measures be implemented because of the support for gender equality and gender equity within the FSM Congress and within the FSM government. However, recent statistical evidence proves that this claim is not supported. According to a 2018 to 2019 comprehensive survey conducted by Reuters, 92% of people surveyed stated that gender equality does not motivate them to vote for specific people in general elections. Another point, the research and lobbying for these measures will impose imminent strains and financial stress on the FSM government, and these are the reasons why. The work involving the proposal, the amendment, and the passing of new actions to become national law are costly and time-consuming. New laws have to adhere to standard and specific legal procedures according to national law. According to Chapter 4, Title 3 of the FSM Code, creating congressional investigative committees is necessary in order to conduct hearings, testimonies, and research in order to support or oppose a new congressional bill, or in this case, temporary special measures to ensure seats for women to become members of the FSM Congress. This also implies that there will be more work for the FSM Congress in order to create, maintain, and facilitate committees in order to conduct hearings and gather investigatory evidence on the proposed bill or temporary special measures. And according to the FSM Code, the committee that will be responsible for this temporary special measures will be the Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee. Section 404, Chapter 4 of the FSM Code states that investigative committees are responsible for creating applicable rules and procedures in order to conduct hearings, etc. However, there have been congressional bills asking, imploring the nation for women to be in Congress, finding measures, finding ways for women to represent other women within the FSM Congress, such as Congressional Bill number 20-116, which was introduced by Wesley W. Simina, who is currently the Speaker of the 20th FSM Congress. So far, it is still a congressional bill. No action has been taken upon that bill. And the history of these temporary special measures could be traced over a decade ago to Senator Isaac Buford, who introduced the initial congressional bill supporting women to be in Congress, but it has not been supported. And this is also another problem. We have to take into consideration the finances of finding research for these temporary special measures. There are other factors to take into consideration: culture, then and now, the attitudes that are shaping the political landscape of the FSM. Investigative committees have to run on money in order to provide funding for the research, expert opinions, and public hearings on such matters. However, that money has to come from somewhere. According to the FSM Constitution, the FSM Congress will be able to get funding from the FSM National Treasury if they also pass another law to appropriate funds for such research purposes. This would also generate more stress for the FSM Congress to do research on such matters that are not necessary, which brings us to the next statement. Enacting these temporary special measures is unnecessary. Section 4, Article 4 of the FSM Constitution states, and I quote, "Equal protection of the laws may not be denied on account of sex, race, ancestry, national origin, etc." Unquote. This stipulates that every person, regardless of their gender, is entitled to be protected by the law, regardless of the perceptible and imperceptible differences. National law allows citizens and residents of both genders to freely express their personal opinions with respect to each other. This implies that women have the opportunity to serve in the government with the same protection guaranteed in the FSM Declaration of Rights and in the FSM community as well. In fact, according to the Pacific Women's Shaping Pacific Development, there are no legal barriers blocking women to serve in their respective national legislative bodies in the form of legal documentation, laws, policies. Even the FSM Code and the Constitution use legally inclusive terminology in order to allow rights for women to be respected, in this case, to be represented within the FSM Congress. For instance, Chapter 1, Title 3 of the FSM Code refers to members of Congress as senators and members. They did this because they want to take into consideration that there are two genders or multiple genders, if you refer to the other genders, that they have the opportunity to represent their people within the seats of the FSM Congress. And this allows room for both men and women to be members of Congress. This is another reason why the FSM does not need temporary special measures and other laws to allow women to be in Congress. Laws that are existing now actually exist and allow women, regardless of their qualifications and differences, to be members of the FSM Congress. The FSM Code in this case remains generic with the term senator and member in order to allow women to be members of Congress.
This then leads me to the fourth point. By incorporating these temporary special measures as national law, we contradict the spirit and principles of the FSM Code and the FSM Constitution. As I mentioned before, the FSM was founded on three principles: peace, liberty, and justice. Peace, liberty, and justice. There are laws that allow men and women to be in Congress, and they are vague enough to allow men and women to be in Congress in order to provide interpretation. If those laws did not exist, there would be no equality. And then there is also another possibility that there would be people who would argue against this, and then there would be no peace. This was the reason why the FSM was founded on these three principles. Lastly, by incorporating these temporary special measures, we will see that the merits of working hard for political office will disappear. In the 2012 convention held in London, a New Zealand representative of the New Zealand Parliament stated that New Zealand, as the first country in the world to give women the vote in 1893, she stated that since New Zealand was founded on such a background,
there will be no need for women to ask for temporary special measures to be in Congress because of merits. People work hard for everything. And then, if there are other people out there, and then other temporary measures are incorporated, we will see that they are not equal, and that the others who came before them worked hard for nothing. Democracy is always about competition, but it is not always a competition to lead. It is a competition to serve. If people win competition to serve, they are bound by the FSM Constitution, and the FSM Code to represent the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Yap. At this time, Team Bonbay, proponents of the proposition, let's hear your rebuttal to the opponent's main argument. You have 5 minutes.
For our opponent's first main point, yeah, it's true. Temporary special measures can be a form of discrimination against the male gender, but to make it clear, the main purpose of the temporary special measures is to provide a level playing field between the genders. In order for democracy to be fully achieved, there has to be equal representation in our government, especially in Congress. In addition, as stated in Article 4 of the Convention, and I quote, adoption of temporary special measures aimed at accelerating the de facto equality between men and women shall not be considered discrimination as defined in the present convention, but shall in no way entail as a consequence the maintenance of unequal or separate standards. For the second main point, temporary special measures is costly and time-consuming, which is true, but cost is not necessarily an issue that should prevent us from adopting temporary special measures to promote women's representation in Congress. According to our research, FSM does have money. There are two main industries that provide our government with the largest amounts of revenues: the fishing industry and the domestic captive insurance market. According to the FSM Finance Office, the annual income from fisheries is 85 million. And from the domestic captive insurance market, 14.4 million was collected in 2017 and 10.5 million was collected in 2018. In addition, temporary special measures may be time-consuming But that's change. Change requires time. Changes may not be easy to accept, but they are necessary for the development of our nation. For the third main point, it's true that everyone is entitled to run for office. There is no barrier that women should not run for office. But as we can see, for so long, for 40 years, no women have been elected to office. So, the temporary special measures is the only way to get women into Congress, the only way to ensure women's representation in Congress. For the fourth main point, FSM is founded on 3 codes: peace, liberty, justice. There will be no peace, liberty, and justice without women's participation in politics, especially in Congress. Everyone has to be treated equally. When women will be elected to Congress, they will serve as a role model for us, the young women of Micronesia. It will tell us that we can accomplish everything, that there is no barrier to our dreams and goals. For the last point, which is merit, people work hard for everything, which is true, but women have been working hard for years, but they are not yet represented in Congress. So we need to adopt temporary special measures to fast-track their representation so that one day our political system will be balanced, equal representation between the genders. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Murphy. At this time, opponents' response to rebuttals. You have 3 minutes.
For the first rebuttal. The first one. For the first rebuttal, the proposition attacked us by saying that it would allow a level playing field. But what is a level playing field? Is a level playing field giving one team a boost up while keeping the other team down? We don't think it discriminates against men. We simply think that it doesn't keep them at an equal level. For the second point, we know the FSM has money. We just don't think it should be used for this particular bill because it is unnecessary for the points we have stated. That it's discriminatory, that there's already laws in place, and that there's no block. For the third point, change starts with education. If the only way to get women into Congress is temporary special measures, it doesn't explain the countries that didn't need temporary special measures. The countries that now have women but did not use TSMs. Another way to change the attitudes we have is to educate the general populace and to raise awareness, to tell people, the general public, about the benefits of having women in Congress and the changes they can bring. We are not against having women in Congress. We never stated that. We are simply against having temporary special measures to boost them into Congress. We don't think they need that. They can get into Congress on their own, through their own hard work, without the need of temporary special measures.
And I would also like to state, when people are elected into the seats of the FSM Congress, they are bound by law to represent everyone within their state. If they are men, they do not only represent men, they represent women as well. They are bound by the FSM Constitution, specifically the FSM Declaration of Rights, to do this. Let me give you an example. In Yap, we see patriarchy. Yap Main Island is known for being one of the fewest patrilineal cultures within the Micronesian region. Men make the decision, they are leaders. However, allow me to state that when men make their own decisions at the men's house and women make their own decisions at their own house, the men always takes into consideration the opinions and decisions that the women make. If the men say that they are going to do this, but the women disagree,
Thank you, Team Yap. At this time, we will hear the closing, summation and closing. First, proponents. You have 4 minutes for summation and closing.
The FSM Congress has been in operation for 40 long years, and during all those years, it has been an all-male decision-making body. Can you imagine what women could have contributed to the development of our nation if they were given the opportunity? Therefore, the adoption of TSNs to ensure women's representation in Congress is the opportunity we all have been waiting for. Not only women, but men as well. Because we are all brothers and sisters of one mother nation, are we not? Our mother nation desperately longs for a change, for each and every one of us to realize that we cannot stand back and wait for an evolutionary change, for we have to take affirmative action for an affirmative change. Our mother nation is calling for her daughters and sons to work together for what is best for the whole FSM family. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, my team and I wish to pass along the message that the FSM should adopt TSNs to provide women the opportunity to enter the political arena and participate in the decision-making of our nation, to once and for all prove to the citizens of the FSM that even women can perform exceedingly well when working hand in hand with the male leaders of our nation. Having equal representation is like sailing a canoe. The body of the canoe represents the males, and the outrigger represents the females. As voyagers, we need both the body of the canoe and the outrigger to work together to sail smoothly across the ocean. The same thing applies to our government. We need both males and females in our journey towards success. By the time the FSM government adopts TSNs to ensure women in Congress, our nation will not be just balanced, but it will be balanced for better. Thank you.
At this time, opponent summation and closing, you have 4 minutes.
Democracy is always evolving. Through the years, we have seen that attitudes are changing. And we see that this nation is always reliant on people. And it relies equally on all people to help make decisions for the nation in order to help it move forward. And because of this, the FSM Constitution does not have barriers against women to be in Congress. And this is one of the main reasons why the members of the opposition oppose this motion to ensure women, to incorporate these temporary special measures to ensure seats for women in Congress. We want women in Congress. However, the factors that we have been talking about in terms of the temporary special measures we do not agree with. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. The last phase of the first debate today is the judges questioning. It is on time, so judges.
Hi, first of all, I want to say that you've taught me a lot today. I want to thank you all for participating. And my first question is for team the proponents. I would like to ask you, if there comes a time when there are more than 50% of Congress seats are occupied by women, should the temporary special measures be dissolved?
Your question is if 50% or more than 50% of the Congress is women, would it be necessary to adopt TSMs? So our answer is no. If women make up 50% or more than 50% of the Congress, there is no need to adopt temporary special measures because there's already balance in the representation in Congress. But for now, since there's no women in Congress, we need temporary special measures. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to say that you both teams have done an excellent job. I have a question for each team, and I'd like to start with the proponents. So the proponents mentioned that the temporary special measures was really the only way to get women in Congress, and I'd like someone to speak to what is your evidence for that?
Well, we stated that it will be the only way for women to avoid the manifested practice of discrimination against women. Because as we don't have solid proof or evidence, but for 40 years, women have been trying to run for Congress. 5 women have attempted to run for Congress, but they were all unsuccessful. And that is why we say that it will be the best way and the only way for women to get into Congress because of the substantive discrimination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And my question to the opponents is, as mentioned, the Convention to Eliminate All Forms of Discrimination Against Women is something that the FSM now belongs to, that convention. And as a part of that, discrimination, it's not considered discrimination if you have temporary special measures to allow women to be moved up in national Congress or Parliament. So I want you to speak to why you think that it would be discriminatory to have these special measures when it is something that the FSM now belongs to CEDAW, and it specifically states that that is not the case.
More so than the temporary special measures themselves, we think the attitudes it will bring about is discriminatory. Because people will, we mentioned the demerit of the office, and when people look at that, they'll discriminate against women more, thinking they might not have, they won't be as good at a job because they got it for free, basically.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I also would like to express that I am extremely impressed with all of you guys. It's very difficult to believe that you're still in high school. You guys did an amazing job with very well organized arguments, and I want to salute you for that. I do have a question for the opponents. I gather that your position is that the temporary special measures would be too extreme a step to remedy the problem. So do you guys have any proposed solutions that are less extreme and less maybe informal that would help remedy the issue of having lack of female representation in Congress?
The members of the opposition would like to state that the best way to remedy this problem is to educate people about the government. If the people do not know about the government, they tend to remove themselves from the political sphere. However, if they are being educated to take matters into their own hands, to be leaders of their nation, we will be able to have men and women be represented equally in the FSM government. And in this way, we are able to make innovations within the FSM government. Thank you.
That's the end of our first debate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge and of applause to all these debaters. Our second debate this morning will be between Team Koshai versus Team Chu. May I ask our debaters, you can now proceed to the reserve room for lunch, while the debate team from Chuk and Koshai will be coming here. they are coached by Lina Ruan George. Introducing Team Chuk. Coming out from Chuk High School, debaters are Daniel Nakayama and Hope Mori, and they are coached by Raisa Chuk. Our unchangeable panel of judges and the timekeeper are still here for the second term. So, debaters, let's start. Introduction, proponents of the proposition, you have 3 minutes.
Before I begin our presentations, I would like to give this time to thank all parties involved in making this debate possible. Whether you work for the Supreme Court or you're just a kid watching on YouTube, you have made it possible for us to stand here today to represent our states and, of course, our nation. A few years ago, when the women of Kashaya were holding their annual celebration of International Women's Day, one village was told to stop all activities of the event by a senior pastor of their congregational church. They were told that the event was seen as disrespectful and a waste of a holiday to celebrate or recognize. Traditional church leaders have a huge influence over the way people think in micronation. And this further explains why people have become adapted to think that women should never be placed in any position that places them above men. This action shows that the modern Micronesian society has cast a silent looming threat over its people, over its women, has kept them under the thumbs of men. This kind of thinking has become common and needs to change. And that change will be possible with the resolution that states, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure that each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress," end quote. We, the affirmative side, strongly believe that this resolution would not only benefit our women, but our nation. And to support that belief, we have prepared 2 main points. Main point number 1, more attention will be brought towards women's issues in the FSM. Main point number 2, this resolution will bring new perspectives and create a wider spectrum of solutions to the overall issues in the FSM. Judges, we must further push our women to pursue leadership positions. The negative side may say that the women of the FSM are fighting and taking a stand against inequality. So we do not need this resolution. But I would like to point out that the mindset of the people has not changed, as proven by the recent congressional elections. With this resolution put into place, women could take the opportunity to become leaders and change the old mindset that they used to have. We need to take the measures towards change that will develop our nation by bringing out more leaders from both genders to change our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Poshai. Team Chuk, your introduction. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, judges, honorable guests, and worthy opponents on the affirmative team. Welcome to this year's FSM National Law Day debates. The resolution for these debates is, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure that each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress." I am Danny Nakayama, and my partner here is Hope Mori. As a negative team, we disagree with the implementation of these temporary special measures and believe that while they are well-intended, they are also problematic at the same time. In order to support our argument, we came up with 3 points to show why we should not pass this resolution. Our first point is that we should not pass the resolution because it is unjust. Our second point is that the resolution should not be passed because it goes against equality of opportunity and undermines the effort of candidates. Lastly, our third point was that the resolution should not be passed when there is a better alternative available. My partner here, Hope Moy, will elaborate more on these points in her main speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim Chuk. At this time, main arguments, proponents of the main proposition, you have 15 minutes.
Judges, according to the Inter-Parliamentary Union as of February 2019, in a compilation of women in parliaments, there are 193 countries that are member states of the United Nations as of today. And out of these countries, 3 of them still and have never had women in Congress. These 3 countries are all part of the Pacific Islands, and they are all also democracies. Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea, and guess what the last country is? Our very own Federated States of Micronesia. What is the point of being a democracy if 49.2%, according to the Population and Vital Statistics report from the United Nations dated January 2019, of our people's voices are being held back? This resolution was introduced because of the very fact that our Constitution was written in black and white 39 years and 9 months ago for our people, but our women's voices are still being held back. 4 attempts from Pohnpei, 2 attempts from Washai, 1 attempt from Chuk, no attempts from Yap. The result, there is still no woman who has been able to make it into Congress. Judges, this resolution must be passed to further push and encourage our women to pursue leadership positions. This is very significant for future references for our nation to develop now instead of doing nothing, to bring out capable leaders from both genders that can help develop or bring that change into our island nation. Our first main point is that by passing this resolution, more attention would go towards women's issues in the FSM. Many men are ignorant when it comes to issues regarding our women, for they do not fully understand how it is to be in a woman's shoes. Of course, women actually face many issues in the FSM, in which include underrepresentation, domestic violence, negative stereotyping, disadvantages cultural views on proper roles, and lastly, sexual violence and exploitation. Big letter A, women face many issues in the FSM. In our nation, women are not fairly or properly represented. To this very day, there has not been one single woman to make it into Congress. Even in the recent special elections, the only female candidate also did not make it. By passing this resolution, we would be able to further advocate proper representation of women in Congress. Another major problem women face in the FSM is domestic violence. Women are the main victims of domestic violence in the FSM. For the past year in Washai, as stated by the Acting Attorney General Snyder Simon, the majority of reported domestic violence cases were between legal spouses and de facto spouses, showing that mostly women undergo domestic abuse, married or not, as long as they are under the same roof. Despite having a law to prevent this certain issue, domestic violence is still a huge problem in the FSM. Another main issue that women go through is negative stereotyping or views that are implemented towards women. Women here are viewed as incapable of handling this certain seat. According to our state's economic administrator, Heidi R. Floyd, being the only female administrator in Bushai's Department of Economic Affairs and Resources, it takes much more effort to influence the other administrators in her office when it comes to decision making. She states, and I quote, "It would take paragraph by paragraph just to drive it into their heads, whereas my male colleagues can make decisions on the spot, little explanation needed," end quote. Women in the FSM are thought of as aggressive in making decisions and jumping to conclusions, which is why it takes women much more effort to get their ideas addressed. This just proves to us all how much the capabilities of women are doubted and belittled. Another huge problem that our women go through in the FSM is the disadvantageous cultural views on the proper roles between men and women. Due to our culture, our mentalities have been thinking that women are mostly fit to take on domestic responsibilities and leave the political and economic seats to men. Little do the people of the 21st century know is that women were actually the major decision makers for men in the past. According to a Micronesian seminar from 2008 on the roles between men and women, the roles between men and women actually complemented each other in the past, where women would take care of our lands and men would enrich it. Women also contributed in decision making when it came to disputes over our lands, which was very important to our people of the past and even to this very day. This comes to show that if we were to talk about the culture and the past, women actually played a major role in society, and without them, our community would not be able to function. But due to foreign influences, men went from enriching their lands to enriching their wallets. The once shared responsibilities came to wither as men enrolled in schools first and took more interest in political and economic fields. But as we can see today, women and men are both enrolling in school, and women have also taken more interest in issues regarding our society. Women like Yolanda Joab Mori, founder of One World, Shinobu M. Cole, one of the founding members of the Chuukese Women's Council, and Mermaid Panuelo, founder of Mad Moms, have become inspirations to women and the youth as of today. Women have developed equal capabilities to men, but have never been given an equal opportunity to voice out. Why? Are you a man? Ask the mother of Yoselin G. Seagram, as she was told that her daughter was running for Congress. Even the elderly women have been adapted into thinking that these seats were only meant for men. We cannot ignore the fact that our mentalities have been twisted into thinking such a way, for this is not originally how our culture has always been. The final main issue that women deal with is that they are the main victims of sexual violence and exploitation. According to the 2018 Trafficking Persons Report on the FSM, found in www.refworld.org, the FSM is at Tier 2 of human trafficking, and women of all ages are especially targeted for countries like the US and even its territory, Guam. The worst cases majorly involve women being forced into prostitution and girls of young ages being sexually exploited. Despite the current efforts to prevent human trafficking in the FSM, the progress is little to nothing. Proper women representation to Congress could lead to more attention towards women issues and direct a stronger approach to this issue and all the other issues previously mentioned. Big letter B. This resolution would help alleviate the issues mentioned in big letter A. Men cannot understand the issues women go through. Women can talk to other women about things like pregnancy or giving birth openly, whereas men cannot. With a woman in Congress, these issues will be better alleviated and acknowledged as to find effective solutions to deal with them. Women will be able to display their capabilities that would otherwise be hidden under bias and culture. In fact, there are women with enough merit to obtain a seat in Congress. An example of such a person is Private Lawyer Yoselin G. Seagram. Sigra. Yosin has the educational background and enough experience to prove that women are also able to lead. Without this resolution, these talents would be wasted and unutilized. The lack of congresswomen could be accredited to a social bias that the people of the FSM have towards women, but nepotism also plays a huge role in the voting process. Culture is the only thing keeping women away from Congress, as admitted by our Lieutenant Governor, Honorable RDG Lena. As we all know and have observed, the majority of our people vote through nepotism. Without this resolution, women won't be able to showcase their capabilities, and the trend of degrading women will continue. The government already has plans put into place to improve the social values of women, in trust with the Human Rights Treaty regarding the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. More specifically, Part 1, Article 5, Sexual Stereotyping and Prejudice, in which the goal is to, and I quote, modify the social and cultural patterns of conduct of men and women, end quote. This is what our government is in dire need of. With this resolution in place, women would relinquish the idea of themselves being below men. We can actually bring back the complementary roles between men and women from the past, and the issues of women in the FSM would be properly addressed and alleviated. Main point number 2, wider spectrum of overall issues in the FSM and new perspectives on how to resolve them. Not only will issues concerning mostly women be addressed more, but the women will provide their own views on every issue that the FSM is currently facing. New voices are what our nation is in need of if we wish to become more developed in the future. We have also prepared 3 sub-points to support our second main point. Big letter A, new perspectives to development. These voices could shine a light on different methods of development, healthcare, etc. There is currently a women's group dedicated to improving agriculture in Goshai called Women in Farming, in which was founded by women who cannot ignore the climatical changes in our environment. They welcome both women and men of all ages to help plant more vegetation for the betterment of our environment. There is also a program in the FSM that involves the youth called Youth for Change. The sole purpose of this program is to acknowledge and influence the youth of Micronesia to advocate for anti-corruption to improve our country's development. The executive director of this program is Sylvia Elias. And yes, she is a Micronesian woman who started off like we did, growing up with the same resources that we use and being raised in the same country as all of us, where women cannot let their voices shine. Big letter B. Excluding women means almost 50% of the population isn't contributing to new ideas. Women have not been able to gain seats in Congress, meaning that nearly 50% of the FSM population are left unheard and cannot contribute to new ideas. A country's power is in its people. If the people have no voice, then the country cannot grow nor prosper. Not only will new ideas be withheld, but issues concerning women are left off the table. As stated in the FSM Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, it states, and I quote, "No law may deny or impair freedom of expression, peaceable assembly, association, or petition," end quote. Despite this being in our very own Constitution, people stay ignorant and do not abide by it. Having women in Congress through this resolution could let their voices be heard, and these issues will be put onto the table. Our last big letter, C. Temporary special measures. The short-term solution is what the women of the FSM need in order to be able to express their needs and wants. It's as stated by former congressional candidate Yosin Sigra. She states, and I quote, "This will act as a temporary band-aid to the lack of women representation," end quote. These temporary measures will ensure that the women of the FSM will be heard and their skills will be fully acknowledged by the people. It is true that women should work hard, but there is little to no progress in that regard. According to the president of Koshai Women's Association, Mrs. Shue Wilson Guevez, this is their #1 goal out of all of their sustainable development goals, in which is to implement at least 1 seat in Congress for a woman. If this does not work out as expected, it can always be vetoed, but that should not be a problem, for regardless of special measures, the qualifications to run for Congress still stand. If the women running for Congress have the right qualifications and background, she should gain that reserved seat. Regardless, passing this resolution would still give women an appropriate opportunity to help resolve overall issues in the FSM by sharing their own knowledge with the opposite gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim Koshai. At this time, opponents rebuttal to proponents' main argument. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, worthy proponents. Judges, we will show you why we don't agree with the proponents' solution. They mentioned, what is the point of being a democracy? They mentioned something about how we are a democracy. But how is passing the resolution an act of democracy? A democratic government is giving people a chance to vote or listening to our people. This resolution violates our people's rights. Our people should be able to choose whoever they think best represents them. They also mentioned about how more attention will go to our women's issues. But how are we so sure that the women in that seat will address these issues? What if that women had different ideas? But not only that, the proponents are only looking at the fact that we don't have women in these seats, but are not looking at the problems to why women are not or don't run for these seats. In other words, this resolution is a top-down solution. This resolution is like building a house starting from the roof. How will the building be able to stand if we start from the roof instead of starting from the cement or the bottom? There are barriers that hinder women from running for these seats. And we should solve these problems if we want to have women in these seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim Chuk. Proponents response to opponents rebuttal. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you as well, worthy opponents. Allow me to give an outline of our main argument. We mentioned that, or asked, why should we be called a democracy if our people's voices are being held back? And they attacked us by saying that our people should have a choice to vote for who they want. I have 2 words for that: nepotism and culture. Nepotism and culture is the one influencing people to vote for who they vote for. If we have a house and a family, a mother, a father, and children, who would influence who to vote for? Of course, it would be the father. They also mentioned why the reason women do not run. It's because of the very fact that they are being held back. Also, how our traditional leaders, not only our government leaders, we know that there are no legal barriers, but it is our traditional and cultural, or what people think of as traditional and cultural barriers that are blocking women from running. She also mentioned that a house should not start from the roof. We already have that house without a roof. We already have women running for Congress. It's the roof left, and that can be made and built with this resolution, for as we can see, no women has made it even till this very day. And they also admitted themselves that there are barriers that block women from running for Congress. So I believe that they do agree with us in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Portia. At this time, let's hear the main argument. Opponents, main presentation. You have 15 minutes.
Good morning, judges, worthy proponents, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hope Mori, and my partner here is Daniel Nakaya. As the negative team, we are here today to prove and show you why this resolution should not be passed. The resolution states, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress." End quote. Before I elaborate more on our reasons, let me go over all three of them. Our first reason was that the resolution should not be passed because it is unjust. Secondly, the resolution goes against equal opportunity and undermines effort. Lastly, the resolution is problematic and should not be passed when there is a better alternative solution available. Starting off with our first point, the resolution is unjust. This resolution would require that we reserve seats with elections only open to women in each state for the purpose of accelerating gender equality. The resolution is well intended, but it violates our Constitution and is discriminatory towards both men and women. In the FSM Constitution, in Article 4, Declaration and Right, Section 4, it states, and I quote, "Equal representation of the laws may not be denied or impaired on the account of sex, race, ancestry, national origin, language, or social status." End quote. Of course, women do have the right to run for Congress, but are hindered by barriers, and while the resolution, to some extent, aims to compensate for such barriers, it fails to address the reasons why women are prevented from participating in leadership and decision-making. As a consequence, the proposed resolution would end up diminishing the justice and freedom of choice the Constitution gives to our citizens. In Article 4, Declaration and Rights, Section 1, it states, and I quote, "No law may deny or impair freedom of expression, peaceable assembly, association, or petition." End quote. Our citizens should be able to choose whoever they think best represents them, and to mandate a specific group of individuals is not only unnecessary, but also unethical. Yes, we are signatory to international conventions relating to women's rights, such as the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. But do remember that one of our Constitution's purposes is to protect our people and their rights and to ensure justice. Judges, what good is our Constitution if we choose to overstep its boundaries just to violate the rights of our own people and their freedom that was meant to be protected? Furthermore, the resolution does not promote gender equality and only serves to be flat-out discrimination against both men and women in the FSM. Gender equality is supposed to be equality between both genders, male and female. On the contrary, this is not the case, as the resolution does not promote gender equality whatsoever. The proposed resolution raises one gender over the other, in this case, women over men, which is not even not even close to any form of equality. Instead of pushing one gender over the other to promote equality, we should be doing more to make both men and women equal in the FSM. Our women did not ask our government to hand them seats in Congress and have our citizens' rights ignored just for the purpose of it. Now on to our second point. We should not pass this resolution because it is against equal opportunity and undermines effort. The reservation of seats based on gender is unfair to both men and women who would run for non-reserved seats in Congress. Our Constitution already allows anyone to run for Congress provided that they meet certain requirements, and nowhere in the Constitution or FSM code dictates that gender is a requirement. Also, there are currently no reserved seats in Congress. Passing the resolution would undo this and require candidates to be female just to run for a reserved seat. Let's go back to the resolution. In one part, it's by saying, and I quote, "They want to get us elected through quotas as though they were tuna," end quote. There are women eager to stand for election in Congress. However, we should not treat them as if they are not capable of achieving success. Passing the resolution would be counterproductive because it undermines any time and effort women have dedicated to their political careers. Our women are strong and independent and do not need this reservation just to show that they are capable leaders. Instead, we should do more to help our women be able to compete with men for seats on equal terms. That brings us to our third and final point. The resolution should not be passed when there is a better alternative solution available. Even though the resolution is very well intended, it is problematic in many ways. The number of seats in Congress is limited to 14 seats. Claims to reserve seats would be problematic in states like Yap and Mashrai, where there is only one district and one at-large seat. Creating new seats reserved for women would circumvent the issue of having limited seats, but is too expensive for our budget. Trying to place such measures into play is like trying to fix a medical condition that belongs in the operating room with a Band-Aid. What we need to do is figure out the core reasons why women's political representation is low in the FSM. In general, women's political representation in the Pacific is very low. This is confirmed inside the Beijing Plus 20 Review of Progress in Implementing the Beijing Platform for Action in Pacific Island countries and territories, specifically in Critical Area G, Women in Power and Decision-Making, where it states, and I quote, "Women's political representation in the Pacific Islands region is the lowest of any global region. Across the 16 Pacific Island countries and territories that provided information for this report, on average, 13.6% of parliamentarians are women, which is 8% below the global average. However, the situation varies widely across the region, from French Polynesia, where 56% of parliamentarians are women, while there has never been a woman elected in the FSM. Excluding the French territories, the proportion of female parliamentarians is a woeful 5%. Traditional beliefs about men's and women's roles, women's limited social capital, and a lack of support from political representation in the region," end quote. The problem here is is that the resolution does not confront the causes of this problem and expects that women would run with these temporary special measures even if the barriers were still present. Aside from limited social capital, notice how the Beijing Plus 20 mentions that traditional roles about men's and women's roles and a lack of support from political bodies are some of the things behind poor progress of women's political representation. Setting such reservations is like expecting to reach a destination by sailing a boat in a river where no water flows, which is not possible. The question here is, what would cause water to stop flowing in a river? For this river, the answer is sociocultural barriers that stand in the way of women's equal representation. In the Beijing Plus 20, several recommendations were made by the 11th Triennial Pacific Women's Conference. They recommended, and I quote, that PICTs with technical and financial assistance from development partners continue to improve advocacy for women's leadership and the empowerment of women as leaders, including through 1. Community and voter awareness, 2. Information and training for women who wish to enter public life at all levels, 3. Training and capacity building for women in decision-making positions, 4. Advocacy with traditional leaders and leaders of faith-based organizations. In short, there are 3 things we must do to ensure that women are represented in Congress: educating our people, providing training and information, and supporting and motivating our women. The first thing we must do is educating our people. This is crucial because the values and importance of gender equality needs to be promoted directly to the people if we are to create an understanding and an enabling environment so our women will not be hindered by such barriers. Not only should we choose to spread awareness to our people, but to female candidates and male candidates so that they both may speak out on women's issues in the FSM and any issue in regards to gender equality. 2, we need to provide training to candidates and information. Providing capacity building support to all of our candidates is important so that they will be able to work competently and allow themselves to have bigger impact. This especially should target male candidates to ensure that they can effectively tackle gender inequalities and issues in decision making. Along with training, there needs to be more collection for information pertaining to gender issues. This fact is acknowledged in the FSM Gender Stocktake, Potential Strategic Approaches for Gender Mainstreaming for Gender Statistics, where it states, and I quote, there is insufficient collection, compilation, and analysis of sex disaggregated data and gender indicators across sectors. Such data are crucial to the identification, understanding, and addressing of gender inequalities. Building on SBC's Among Gender Statistics initiative, the government could be accompanied through a process of compiling key gender indicators in one comprehensive framework. Gender mainstreaming work can then be supported through relevant gender statistics and indicators, end quote. There should be more done to collect sex disaggregated data because it helps us to use resources more efficiently when addressing such issues, and to better understand the roots of gender-related problems and how to deal with them. Lastly, our government needs to support women. If we really want women to participate in decision-making and leadership, then we have to support and actively motivate them. There needs to be an interest created among women to take up leadership in our government. Giving our women a degrading cue to run for Congress will only do more to discourage them. Instead, we should directly support our women and let them know we need them in our government. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Chuk. At this time, let us hear what the proponents rebuttal to opponents' main argument. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, opposing side, for your arguments. For your first main point, you mentioned that this resolution is unjust and discriminatory against men. But I would like to ask you, what of the discrimination against women in the FSM? Men have been in the race far longer than women have. The women who have not even gotten past the starting line. And for your second main point, you mentioned that women are strong. I would like to state that culture is stronger. The women can fight all they want, but they won't change much with the way their culture is today. For the third main point, I would like to just say that with this resolution, this temporary expand date, it will give us more time to focus and to concentrate on these issues so we can better our society and our government. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, King Boshai. Opponents, response to proponents' rebuttal. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, opponents. Yes, the resolution is unjust. It puts women over men. I mean, it's unfair. If women were in these seats, if women were to run for these seats, they would need people's votes. But if we put reserved seats, then it would be unfair to men because men, or not just male candidates, but female candidates, because both ran for these seats. They gave hard work to run for these seats. And these reserved seats is unfair because it's more easier for women to get in these reserved seats. But not only that, the resolution violates our Constitution. It violates the people's rights to choose whoever they think best represents them. And we have better solutions available if we want women to participate in Congress, like educating our women, building capacity building and support to our women, and motivating women. Because women aren't running in these seats because they are hindered by barriers. And if we want them to run, then we have to solve the problems that they are facing in running for these seats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim Chu. At this time, let's listen to the proponent's summation and closing. You have 4 minutes.
To conclude our presentation on today's debate, I would like to restate our main points alongside their subpoints. Main point number 1, more attention will be brought to the issues that women face in the FSM. Big letter A, women face many issues in the FSM. Big letter B, these issues in big letter A could be alleviated. Main point 2, this resolution would bring new perspectives and create a wider spectrum of solutions to the overall issues in the FSM. Big letter A, new perspectives to development. Big letter B, excluding women means that 50% of the population would go without being able to contribute new ideas. Big letter C, temporary special measures are reasonable. I would like to emphasize that we need this resolution. 40 years have gone by since the founding of this Congress, the FSM Congress, but not once has there been a woman. That doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon. We've had the time, but nothing has happened. We can't blame our government, and we can't blame foreign influences for what we come to today. We can only blame ourselves. As stated in Genesis chapter 2, verse 18, and I quote, "And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I shall make him a help meet for him." End quote. From the moment God made Eve from the ribs of Adam, men and women became incomplete without one another. As you can see, my partner and I don't advocate for women to exceed the power of men. We simply wish to see men and women work together to bring up our nation. With this resolution put into place, that could happen. Without it, women will be stuck, unable to voice out and unable to contribute any new ideas to the development of our nation. There are plenty of women in the FSM that have the drive and the merit to develop our nation economically and socially. And imagine if those women came together with our men in Congress, they could accomplish so much. These measures would make it possible for women to take a step with utmost confidence towards the future they envision for themselves and our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim Koshai. At this time, let's hear the opponent's summation. You have 4 minutes.
To quickly go through everything, I'll read out the resolution for this year's National Law Day debate. The resolution stated, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure that each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress." End quote. Over the course of this debate, my partner and I have shown you why the resolution should not be passed, and came up with 3 points to back up our argument. Our first point was that the resolution is unjust. The resolution unnecessarily violates the rights and freedoms of our citizens. Yes, we are signatory to the CEDAW, but that does not give us a free pass to ignore the rights of our citizens. Our second point was that the resolution goes against equality of opportunity and undermines effort. The resolution, while trying to promote gender equality in decision-making, it ends up undermining effort and going against equality of opportunity by placing women over men and using reserved seats, which is unethical. The resolution Lastly, our third point is that we should not pass the resolution when there is a better alternative solution available.
Thank you. It's time the questioning part from judges. It is on time, so judges, it is your time.
So I have a question for each of the teams. So why don't I start with the proponents? So the proponents used culture both as a support for your argument and as something that you needed to overcome. So if one of your team members could tell me what do you have to do with culture to either overcome or promote culture to achieve women in National Congress. So tell me how culture is going to play out, because you've used it both affirmatively and negatively in your argument.
Thank you for your question. If I may ask, can you repeat it?
I'm sorry if I wasn't being very clear. So you've used culture as something that was in the background that promoted women traditionally, but it's also something negatively that holds them down. So ultimately, to get women into Congress or get them into national parliament, what are you going to have to do regarding culture? Are you going to, how are you going to approach culture?
My partner Ann will answer your question.
Thank you very much for that question. So yes, we use culture both negatively and affirmatively or positively. But we mentioned that our culture changed over time and our beliefs changed over time. We use the culture from the past or how our people used to be, where women and men were at equal levels. That was how it used to be in Micronesia. But as we can see today, due to foreign influences, our culture has changed, making men and women think that men are at this level while women cannot exceed where the men are at. As we can see in churches today, we have mixed both religion and our culture, seeing how women are on one side and men are on one side. That is one of the changes that has affected how our islands are today for the betterment of our nation. If we do that with our National Congress, no matter if the woman sits next to the man or is on the other side of the men, as in church, they could still have a voice with the man and they could have their ideas put onto the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, and for the opponents, if one of the team members could answer, you mentioned, yes, we have signed up, FSM has signed up for the convention to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women. And as part of that, temporary special measures are not seen as discriminatory, as something to adopt. So if one of you could respond to, how do you respond to the fact that the FSM has become a party to CEDAW and that does not consider temporary special measures as discriminatory?
Thank you for your question. Yes, we are signatory to the CEDAW, but we are also obligated to our Constitution. And in our Constitution, Article 4, Section 1, it states, and I quote, "No law may deny or impair freedom of expression, peaceable assembly, association, my partner will continue.
Is it okay if you can repeat your question again?
So the FSM is a party to the CEDAW, the Convention to Eliminate All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And as a part of that convention, it is not considered discrimination to have temporary special measures. So given that FSM is a party to that, how do you respond that you've taken a position that it would discriminate against men or be discriminatory against men, if I've heard part of your argument correctly?
Well, of course, while we are signatory to the CEDAW and it considers these temporary special measures not to be discrimination, we also have to take into account that while it is not considered discriminatory by the CEDAW, it is still problematic in many ways. Like, for example, reservation of seats. As we stated in our negative main speech, you can't really reserve the seats for all the states. Like, for example, in the Yakima-Coast-Rye, where there's only 2 seats, one being the at-large seat and one being the district seat. And another example of the problems that could be caused by these temporary special measures is the fact that it does not directly address the main reasons why women are not in Congress or running for those seats. You can put up those reservations, but there's no guarantee that women will fill them out. Because, again, the resolution did not address those issues. It does not directly confront the core causes of the problem.
how would you encourage competition for those reserved seats that are set aside for women in order to preserve fairness and the voters' right to choose?
Thank you for your question. I believe the appropriate way to for that is to do it like a regular congressional election. They campaign, they say what they need to say, they fight for what they want to fight for, and if the people like it, they vote for it. Thank you.
Hi, first I wanted to congratulate both teams on being successful in your state debates, and it's great to have you here, and you've both done a fantastic job. My question will be for I'll ask both teams a question, why not? This one's for the opponents. Do you have any problem with the evidence presented by the proponents that the FSM is one of only 3 states out of 193 UN states that has never had a woman in its legislature? And would you put a time limit on how long is too long for that not to happen?
Is it okay if you can repeat your question? Thank you for the question.
Certainly. The proponent said that, and I'll trust their evidence for now, that the FSM is one of only 3 nations out of 193 UN members that has never had a female in its national Congress. Is that a problem? Do you see that as a problem? And if so, is there a certain amount of time that you would permit this to go on before you think something should be done?
I'm sorry, can you elaborate more on your question? All right, please repeat it.
Do you think that if the FSM continues for 100 years with no woman ever being elected to Congress, that something eventually should be done besides training and education, as you suggested, were the better measures?
Can you repeat it again?
No problem. Do you think that it's okay for the FSM to go on in perpetuity or forever, being a country with no females elected to the National Congress?
No, I do not think that is okay, but I do think that's a sign that we can improve the current status quo. Thank you.
And now I have a question for the proponents. You brought up a lot of issues that women have in the FSM, which is undeniable. Do you not think that the men can address these issues? Or can you say with certainty that the women being elected to the National Congress would help alleviate those issues?
Can you repeat? Thank you for the question.
I'm sorry, I talk a lot. Can you say with certainty that having women elected to the National Congress would alleviate all of the problems that you set out, like domestic violence, like sexual abuse, other women's issues that undeniably exist?
I believe men ideally they can represent these issues, they can help alleviate these issues, but physically they will never be able to understand what women go through biologically. Women are caretakers. They deal with things that men can never deal with, like pregnancy. That's why women talk to other women about having to carry a baby for 9 months and having to stay up every night taking care of their child that they nurtured. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Congratulations again to both of you.
Thank you very much, judges. I think that's the end of the second debate for this morning. Time is now 12:58. We want to break for lunch and come back, but we ask that we break for 45 minutes. I hope that time will try to give Kosha more time as they will be debating after lunch. So thank you very much. Another big round of applause to our small debate. You can check if there are more water and sandwiches for lunch. So debaters and coaches, make sure you don't leave the vicinity so we can start as early as we can. genders. So we will start, and I would ask our new moderator to come forward for the third debate.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second part of this event. My name is Sandy Albert, and I will be your moderator for the two remaining debates, Debate 3 and Debate 4. Before we move on, I would like to join previous speakers to acknowledge the presence of our honored guests, parents, debaters, coaches, and all of you. I would also like to extend my respect to our audiences who are listening to our live broadcast. I welcome each and all of you to this year's National Law Day debate. We will now begin with our third debate, which will be between Team Yap and Team Koshai. Team Yap will argue for the proposition, and Team Koshai will argue against the proposition. Introducing Team Yap from Yap Catholic High School, debaters are Nicholas Untun and Alexander Acapillo, and their coach, Joshua King. Introducing Team Koshai from Koshai High School, debaters are Ann Timothy, Stony Galena, and their coach, Lina Ruan George. Judges for the third debate, we have Ms. Catherine Allen from FSM Conference, Ms. Carolyn Crum from FSM Department of Justice, and Ms. Tammy Davis from FSM Supreme Court. Our timekeeper is Ms. Joylyn Winchell. Judges, are you ready? Timekeeper, are you ready? Debaters, are you ready? Let me just remind you, debaters, again. You will begin your presentation when the timekeeper holds up the start card. We will now begin with the third debate. For the introduction, proponents' introduction. Proponents of the proposition, Team Yap, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, our guests and judges, coaches, and friends, members of the opposition, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to discuss and debate this important public policy proposal. The topic for today's debate is summed up in the following debate resolution, which states as follows, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress," unquote. As previously noted, we, the members of the proposition, support this motion and urge this House to rightly do so as well. Here are the 3 main arguments supporting our stance. Firstly, we support this motion because women will be able to have improved representation in the FSM Congress and in the FSM government as well. Ever since the country's establishment in 1979, it is an undeniable fact that there have been no women who have served in the FSM Congress. By supporting these measures, women will be able to provide another set of perspectives of the FSM population in order to develop positive public policy, which will lead us to the next point. Secondly, by having women being represented in the FSM government, the FSM will be able to have innovative and progressive changes within the country. With our current situation, since the Congress's inception, there is nothing wrong with men exclusively being members of the FSM Congress. The current members of Congress are doing fine and are doing fine with running the country. However, as a democratic nation, it is important for everyone to consider the perspectives of members of both genders in order to help improve the lives of everyone, regardless of the differences. Women, with their active stance on policy and strong sense of commitment to the community, will be able to create discernible changes that benefit everyone. Thirdly, these measures should be adopted because the FSM needs to fulfill its United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and other international objectives as well. As a member of the international community and the United Nations, the FSM holds obligations from the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, also known as CEDAW. It was adopted the very same year the FSM was founded, and we must adopt these measures in order to promote gender equity in Congress, which was stated in the Sustainable Development Goal number 5.
Thank you, Timia. We will now hear the opponent's introduction. Opponent of the proposition, Tim Koshai, you have 3 minutes.
Before I begin, I would like to thank the judges, the audience, and of course, our opponents for being with us here today. I would like to take this time to talk about some very special people. Yolanda Joel Mori, Jennifer Che Eng, and the Honorable Yulene Carl Horst. These women hold quite the reputation, and for good reason. Yolanda Joel Mori is a prominent advocate for youth empowerment as the founder of One World. She also inspired the people of Micronesia with her poem, Homes of Micronesia. Jennifer Che Eng has made a name for herself in an area of sports that was believed to be reserved only for men by not only the FSM, but around the world. Boxing. The Honorable Yulene Carl Horst is a shining example of women rising in politics and governance. Their achievements act as proof that women are capable and can get to the top on their own. With support from the community, and most importantly, the home, women can make it as leaders. They can climb their own ways up with no special measures whatsoever. Thus bringing us to this debate topic, the resolution which states, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the FSM shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure that each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress," end quote. We, the negative side, strongly believe that this resolution is unnecessary and inappropriate. We have 2 main points to support this belief. Main point number 1, this resolution does not promote gender equality. Main point number 2, this resolution is in itself unworkable and unconstitutional. My partner, Ann Timothy, will elaborate more on why we have chosen these 2 topics, 2 points, to argue our belief. We know for a fact that the women of the FSM are fighting for their voices to be heard and their opinions and perspectives to be respected. We know that women in the FSM are fighters. Through their initiatives, their dedication, and their endurance, they will fight through the bias and cultural perspectives to earn the right to be called congressmen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koshai. It is now time for the main argument. We will begin with the proponent of the proposition. Team Yap, you have 15 minutes for your argument.
We, the members of the proposition, for this resolution for 3 reasons. First, women can make innovative and positive changes in the government. We can see this in the government of other countries. Second, women can represent themselves a lot better than men can. And third, we need to fulfill the SDGs. For the first point, women in other governments have, men and women are inherently different. They are biologically different. They think differently, and they have different leadership styles. According to an article by the Huffington Post, women focus more on the whole when they picture the situation, when they haven't seen it. Women are going to go and visit, they will more often visit each member of their team. They'll talk to each member, they'll check up on progress, and if the results don't go so well, they won't put down their team. They'll try to build up their team. In the same article, it says that men are more transactional leaders. They want the results. Not to say that they won't help their team, but they want to get the results, they want to know what happens, they want to have updates, they want to know the process. Both of those leadership styles have their own benefits. One will get you the results, and one will get you a government with happy people. If you put two together, they will be able to make changes for not only men and not only women, they will be able to make changes together. That's why we want these temporary special measures, because we want the women to be able to stand next to the men as soon as possible, so they can make changes for everyone in the country. Point 2, women can represent themselves better. My colleague and I here are both guys, and we're both speaking to push women into Congress. We're faltering, and we're having our problems. We're having our problems presenting our case. A woman would be able to present herself better because she would have control over the factors and the things she has to explain. Power would be in her hands. A man can be as feminist as he wants. However, there is nothing better than a woman representing herself and showing the world her own abilities. Point 3. The FSM signed up to the Sustainable Development Goals. While the Sustainable Development Goals have other goals on them, they have goals related to climate change and betterment of everyone in the world. Those goals pertain to us islanders here in Micronesia. And a bunch of countries, all of us signed on to those goals. We expect them to fulfill those goals. But in the same way, they expect us to fulfill those goals. They expect us Micronesians to be able to have women in our Congress, to represent the women in our Congress, to be able to make laws that help the women, that innovate, change. We can't expect them to try and help us with our problems like climate change and rising sea level without pushing for gender equality too. Along with that, we ratified CEDAW, the Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. That convention tells us that we can push for TSMs that will get women into Congress, and that those TSMs are not discriminatory. So for those 3 reasons, we want to get temporary special measures in so we can have the changes that we see in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Tia. We will now hear the opponent's rebuttal. Team Koshai, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, opponents, for your argument. In one of your main points, you mentioned innovation and progression. You say that with these seats that women will be able to properly represent themselves or provide new perspectives. But if those women were to gain those seats through special measures given by this resolution, would that not paint women as weak and unworthy? Would that not create a certain ghetto in Congress between the women and the men that earned those seats the right way? And for your third point, would it not be better to start from this bottom? Thank you.
Thank you, Team Koshai. Now we will hear the proponent's response to the rebuttal. Team Yap, you have 3 minutes.
You mentioned that, is there a right way? According to CEDAW, temporary special measures aren't a wrong way, they aren't discriminatory. The attitudes which you refer to of women being seen as weak, it is an attitude we can change. There's room for improvement in the future. We, the members of the proposition, would like to present that case. That through education and through time, we can still change those attitudes of women being weak just because they have special seats.
Thank you, Team Yap. It is now time for the opponent's main argument. Team Koshai, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
Judges, again, the negative side believes that this resolution is unnecessary and inappropriate. Our position on this resolution is important because we need to properly empower and support the women of the FSM for the betterment of our economical and social development through means that do not include these temporary special measures. So before we begin our argument, I would like to restate our main points. Main point number 1, the given resolution does not promote gender equality. And main point number 2, this resolution is unworkable and unconstitutional. Our first main point is how this resolution does not promote gender equality. In other words, it would fail to advance the cause of women's rights and gender equality, the very thing our island nation is in dire need of for a more equal society. We have prepared 2 sub-points to support our first main point. The letter A, this resolution and its special measures will paint women as weak. The resolution, if it were to be passed, would be setting a mindset or a perspective from the people that women aren't able to run on their own, that they can't do it fairly, or that they need help just because they're not men. By creating a reserved seat for a female representative in the FSM Congress, it would only lead on to the resentment that women are incapable of handling or running on their own. In Part 1, Article 4 of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, it considers and establishes temporary special measures as fair, as long as it accelerates equality between men and women. To emphasize, these temporary measures shall not be considered discrimination, but, and I quote, shall in no way entail as a consequence the maintenance of unequal or separate standards, end quote. But in this situation, in which only at least one seat is implemented in each state for a woman representative, it goes against the idea of equality between men and women. For this does the opposite, as it would still portray underrepresentation of women. This resolution can guarantee at least 4 seats out of 14 congressional seats for women in the FSM, but cannot guarantee equal representation between men and women. Therefore, this resolution stands as this resentment would paint women as weak. Big letter B. This resolution would create a woman's ghetto in Congress. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, a ghetto is, and I quote, an isolated group or district, end quote. And in this situation, by ghetto, we mean that the represented females in Congress would be separated, whereas they would be in the party segregated from the rest of the Congress members who were not offered reserved seats. This latter party would be the elected officials, and they will have more power than the given seats. According to economicgrowth.org, studies by economists Francine Blau of Cornell University and Peter Brumman of University of Alabama have proven that desegregation by gender in the U.S. has slowed down significantly by the decade, despite the woman's educational background. Occupational segregation by gender persists in the workforce, as proven by Harvard University graduate Claudia Golden. Because of discrimination against women, as men underestimate their skills, with the idea that increasing women representation would lower overall productivity. Seeing how women are already underrepresented in the FSM government as they are, the attempt to add women through these measures would most likely emphasize discrimination against women in the workforce. There is also a disadvantage that comes along this woman's ghetto, in which it would drive down wages and slow down economic growth. According to www.humanrights.gov, observations of the Australian Human Rights Commission on recent studies around the world have proven that addressing the gender pay gap is not just about equal entitlements, but also equal gender representation throughout the workforce in all industries, occupations, and roles. Also, according to equitablegrowth.org, it states, and I quote, occupational segregation by gender substantially depresses female wages and contributes to the gender wage gap, end quote. Since passing this resolution would still not portray equal representation between men and women, as explained in big letter A, FSM would go through this same issue as the US, with their gender-based ghettos and gender wage gaps. And our economical growth is already slow as it is. This resolution surely would create a woman's ghetto in the FSM Congress, so it should not be passed. Our second and final main point is how this resolution is unworkable and unconstitutional. And we have 3 sub-points to prove it. Big letter A, unworkable distribution of seats. By applying this resolution, there would be 2 different ways to add a female representative. As we all know, our National Congress holds 14 seats in total, 2 for Kochai, 2 for Yap, 4 for Pohnpei, and 6 for Chu. each state having one seat for the long run of a 4-year term, and the rest being short-term seats or district seats. If, for example, each state was to have a woman take one of the existing congressional seats, the representation of women would vary between each state. Bushai and Yap would have a 50-50 split between men and women. But Pohnpei would have 25% of their people represented by women, whereas Chuk would only have 16% of their people represented by women. To add on, unlike Bushai and Yap, Chuk and Pohnpei have representatives from each of their villages or districts to take on the short-term seats or district seats. If this resolution were to be passed, which village would have to give up their seat for a woman? It just adds on to how unfair this resolution really is. The other way to reserve a seat is to add at least 4 more additional seats to the existing congressional seats. This adds on to the idea of still portraying underrepresentation between women and men, but there's still another disadvantage in adding more seats to our congressional National Congress, which will be elaborated in our second subpoint. Big letter B. More seats mean more money. Currently, our nation is going through tough financial situations, as it is, in which hopefully the state and national government are struggling to alleviate. If there are more seats in Congress, that means more is needed for those allocated seats, especially with the new law established last year, Public Law 20-181, regarding the representation funds. The representation funds have increased from $100,000 to $150,000 each fiscal year. These are for the congressmen or congress members who seek new projects for good cause. But in observation of how our funds have been used so far, a lot has already gone to waste on SUVs, unnecessary group travels, and more. Keeping that in mind, once this resolution is passed and female representatives are somehow given a seat in Congress, the result would be more money being spent on additional, hopefully to be useful, projects proposed by the new representatives as well as the elected ones. Spending more money is not what our nation needs right now. We are already financially struggling, and passing this resolution would only add on to the long list of irresponsible and unwise financial investments made by the FSM government. Big letter C. The resolution itself is unconstitutional. This resolution goes against our FSM Constitution regarding the elimination of discrimination against age, gender, race, and such. In Article 4, Section 4 of our Constitution, it states, and I quote, "Equal protection of the laws may not be denied or impaired on account of sex, race, ancestry, national origin, language, or social status," end quote. Seeing how this resolution offers temporary special measures to women to run for Congress, it is discriminatory against men, for men have never received these temporary special measures. This is considered discrimination against gender, therefore, this resolution is unconstitutional. Judges, yes, we are against this resolution, but in no way are we against the idea of equal rights. Therefore, we came up with possible solutions on the idea or suggestions to help in promoting women's rights and gender equality, which we would like to share. For one, instead of taking temporary special measures that would fail to benefit women, slowly reestablish the complementarity of roles between men and women that we have lost from the traditional times. Men have established their hold in the government, but that leaves the private sector available. There are many women in the FSM that easily became strong business owners through their own merits. Signorina Lena of Senis Enterprises in Guashai State, Nancy Aizawa of Suzumu Enterprises in Chuk State, Marcella Jack of JJ Salon in Pohnpei State, and Deborah Alfonso of ESA Hotel in Yap State. Such examples prove that women are fully capable and could raise their value while the Micronesian principle of complementary roles would still be kept. However, no amount of power individuals could change the societal standards that have been passed down through generations. Only by coming together can people incite change. The number of women organizations in the FSM have grown drastically, as shown in Pohnpei, where there are now over 30 women organizations with over 2,000 members in total today. This increase in women organizations would make it possible for women to grow and gain footing and dominance, being means for a woman to get in Congress. As suggested by our president, His Excellency David W. Honolulu. If all the women got together to choose a representative, it would be a much more progressive and reasonable step towards women empowerment in the FSM. It is in the interest of the FSM that Congress takes the necessary actions to encourage women or one woman to become more than just a housewife. It is also important that more men, especially those in power, publicly express the potential that women have. Having a man do so would be more convincing to doubtful conservatives. Our final suggestion is that we educate the youth, both female and male, about human rights. It may be too late to alter the personal beliefs for women that the elderly have grown accustomed to, but our youth can still be taught otherwise. It would also be wise to teach local and national promoters of human rights more about what they are teaching regarding women's rights, so that their listeners will be able to fully grasp the idea of human rights. Taking these actions will increase the value of women within the community and most importantly, within the home. Slowly but surely. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Koshar. We will now hear the proponent's rebuttal. Team Yap, you have 5 minutes.
For your first main point, big letter A for your first point, these measures are temporary, and so can the attitudes brought about by them. The measures seek to bring women into Congress to show people that that the nation can benefit from having women in Congress. So when women are brought into Congress by these measures, of course, they will be met with opposition. It is natural. However, they can use the powers they have now been given to make the changes necessary to change the attitudes. They can promote themselves more. They can bring their perspectives to the table without the need for a liaison, a male liaison. They will be there with the other congressmen speaking for themselves.
Thank you, Team Yap.
Also, I would also like to state to respond to your second main point for your main arguments. Business leadership could not be placed along political leadership since they have different characteristics, both unique to each of them. They are incomparable. And ever since the country's foundation, children are being taught the basic principles of democracy and human rights.
Thank you, Team Yap. It is now time for the opponent's response to the rebuttal. Team Koshai, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opponents. I would like to properly outline our main argument. For our first main point, we said that this resolution does not promote gender equality. Our first subpoint for it, we said that it paints women as weak. What the affirmative side said, or attacked us with, is that it is temporary. What we need right now is permanent and concrete solutions. We don't have time for more experiments for our financial or our economy is already struggling as it is. They also said that women can get in and change the attitude of people. That would be a hard progress for all of the men that we interviewed were government leaders. And as we asked what side they were all unanimously against it, for the reason being that these measures were for women would be getting in through a reserved seat, or they were offered temporary special measures. If those men thought that way, then guaranteed many men would think this way. So if they were put into Congress, then guaranteed their women's ideas would still be belittled and doubted by the other men in Congress who weren't offered seats. Our second sub-point for our first main point said it would create a women's ghetto, and they did not attack that, so I have no opposition. Our second main point is that this resolution is unworkable and unconstitutional. Our first sub-point is that the distribution of congressional seats would be uneven or unfair. They did not attack that as well, so I will have no opposition. Our second sub-point says that more seats mean more money. They also did not attack that. Our third sub-point is that it is unconstitutional, in which they also did not attack. As for the suggestions, I stated examples of business women who have made it to where they are today through their own merits. And they attacked us with how business is different from politics. But seeing how these women made it this high to levels that used to be male-dominated, it gives more encouragement. It should encourage more women to fight for higher positions, not only in the economy, or not only through business, but also in the politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Kokai. It is now time for the summation and closing. Proponent's conclusion, Team Yes, you have 4 minutes.
The most important unit in Micronesian culture is the family unit. In a family unit, in a basic family unit, you have a mother, a father, and the children. The Congress is like that in a way when it comes to gender representation. For now, we only have men in the Congress. That is like the single parent family. It is like Congress having only a father. Now, the families like that work. There are people like that who become successful. However, it will be easier, it will always be easier if there are 2 heads to a family. That is why we want these temporary special measures, to bring women into the picture, so that the country has both a father and a mother to it. And so, we feel that our points stand. The first point being that women can make innovative social changes. The second point being that women can represent themselves better. And the third point being that we still need to fulfill the goals that we promised to the UN and the international community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Summation and closing. Opponents, conclusion, Team Koshai, you have 4 minutes.
We, the negative side, are against this resolution, which states, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure that each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress." End quote. My partner has elaborated on the 2 main points that we chose to support our position. Now let me review those points alongside those sub-points. Main point number 1. This resolution does not promote gender equality. Big letter A. This resolution paints women as weak. Big letter B. This resolution will create a women's ghetto in Congress. Main point 2. This resolution is unworkable and unconstitutional. Big letter A. This resolution is unworkable. Big letter B. More seats means more money. Big letter C. This resolution is unconstitutional. We've also listed viable solutions that would be more effective than the passing of this resolution. My partner and I are definitely not against women in Congress, and we aren't against equality. Women can make it on their own, but with the current mindset of people, it is difficult for girls to even dream about being anything more than just a housewife. I have a friend, smartest in my class, perfect 4.0 GPA, extremely talented and hardworking, and a genuinely nice person. Her talent is so bright it could blind you, but that light is being blocked by her parents, who don't wish for her to go to her dream college. Instead, they want her to stay at home and do chores like girls are supposed to. Her parents are in no way evil or unloving. In fact, they are one of the nicest people I know. It's not their fault, it's just how they were raised. It's how most people were raised in Micronesia. The issue, I strongly believe that preserving our culture to strengthen our identity is important. That is not the issue. The issue is when people prioritize preserving the heritage of the past and ignore protecting the promise of the future. We don't need the part of our culture that holds us back from growing and developing. As stated in the article on the global role of women at globalvolunteers.org, and I quote, the central role of women in society has ensured the stability, progress, and long-term development of nations, end quote. This resolution could help with the short term, but not in the long term. What we need now is concrete solutions, not temporary special measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Kushai. This is the time, at this time, we will have the judges ask questions from the debaters. Judges, you may begin.
First, once again, both teams have done just a great job. And so I'm going to ask each team just one question. And I was just curious. So for the proponents, could you tell me, if you know, have the women of the FSM come out strongly in favor of this resolution? What information do you have about the feelings of the women of the FSM?
Thank you for your question. You inquired whether women support these temporary special measures to ensure seats for women in Congress. A few months ago, the members of the proposition went to interview women who work at the YAP Women's Association. They've been throughout the FSM and spoken with the rest of the women's councils throughout the other states of the FSM. They found that most of the women do not support these temporary special measures because of gender discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And can we also have from the opponents? So The temporary special measures have been put in place in other countries, and I'm just wondering what you think is different about the FSM or our situation here, that it's not appropriate for temporary special measures where it has been in other countries that have used them.
Thank you for your question. The difference between the FSM and those other countries, for example, I believe India, they have a special seats for women in their parliament. The difference between them and the FSM is, of course, culture, our resources, and our time. We don't have the resources, and we don't have the time, and we don't have the same culture. That is why I believe that the passing of this resolution would be inappropriate for the FSM. Thank you.
Thank you once again, both teams.
This is just another congratulations to both teams. You did a great job. I'm going to spare you the questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you, judges. We have come to the end of the third debate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our debaters a big round of applause. Debaters, you may go back to your seats. And we'll wait for the next team to come in. For the two teams to come in. Okay, we are now ready for the fourth debate, and this will be the last debate for today. The fourth debate will be between Team Chu and Team Pohnpei. Introducing Team Chu from Chu High School, our debaters Daniel Nakayama and Hope Mori, and their coach, Raisa Chu. Debaters, please come to the floor. Introducing Team Pohnpei from Biggs High School. Debaters are Felicitas Sam and Jaylene Joel. And their coach, Mr. Ocho Peñas. Team Chu will argue for the proposition, and Team Pohnpei will argue against the proposition. Again, my name is Sandy, and I will be your moderator for the fourth debate, and this will be our last debate for today. Our judges for the fourth debate are Ms. Catherine Allen from MSM Congress, Ms. Caroline Crum from MSM Department of Justice, and Ms. Tammy Davis from MSM Supreme Court. And our timekeeper is Ms. Joylyn Richard. Debaters, judges, and timekeeper, I think we're ready to begin. We will start with the introduction. Proponents' introduction. Proponents of the proposition. Team Chu, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, judges, honorable guests, worthy opponents on the negative team. Welcome to this year's FSM National Law Day debate. The resolution for this debate is, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress." End quote. As you already know, my name is Hope Mori, and my partner over there is Daniel Nakayama. As the affirmative team, we firmly believe that the temporary special measures are needed in order to help direct the Federated States of Micronesia, our nation, into becoming a greater nation. We have 3 points to back up our argument. Our first point is that we should pass the resolution because women make up the other half of our population. Second, we should pass this resolution because it will help the FSM. Third, we should pass this resolution because it will help remove barriers in the way of women's political representation. Once again, these are our 3 reasons as to why we should pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. We will now hear the opponent's introduction. Opponents of the proposition, Team Pohnpei, you have 3 minutes.
There is no limit to what we as women can accomplish, by Michelle Obama. Can you think of anything in the world that women as a group have not accomplished? Well, I can think of only one, and that is women have not been able to fully receive their treatments of all kinds in every country around the world. Women have come a long way, and today they have accomplished a great deal in that respect. Women now serve in the military. Women have pursued doctorate degrees. They have accomplished everything that men as a group have. Unlike in the past, when women were deprived of their rights and were undermined by society, they are now formidable in the eyes of the world. Things that were once considered unattainable by women have become attainable. This is true in the Republic of the Marshall Islands, where the president is a woman, and in Guam, where the governor is also a woman. In fact, this is also true in the FSM, where women are head of the FSM Post Office, the FSM Finance Office, the FSM Department of Health and Social Affairs, the FSM Development Bank, etc. These are proof of Michelle Obama's quote. Ladies and gentlemen, my team and I wholeheartedly agree with Michelle Obama that there is no limit to what we as women can accomplish. Therefore, we are against today's proposition, because why should FSM adopt TSMs to fast-track women's representation when women can get into Congress on their own? We are here to argue that the FSM should not adopt TSMs because it is not necessary. And we have provided 3 points as to why we are against this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pohnpei. It is now time for the main argument. We will begin with the proponents of the proposition. Team Chu, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
Good afternoon to all of you who are here today at this 38th National Law Day debates. Since my partner here, Hope Mori, has already stated out our 3 main points we had in our introduction, I will explain to you why these points support our arguments and why we should pass the resolution. Starting off with our first point, the resolution should be passed because women make up half of our population. Since they are half of our population, they need to have their interests and issues adequately represented in Congress when it comes to passing bills and legislation. Examples of such interests include maternal leave, child care, and gender equality laws, with some examples for issues being domestic abuse, discrimination, and reproductive rights. So far, the FSM has had no women in Congress since 1979, the year it was founded, and according to up-to-date statistics from the Interparliamentary Union, as of February 1st, 2019, the FSM is one of the few countries without women in parliament alongside Vanuatu and Papua New Guinea. Of course, equal protection of the laws is written into our Constitution, specifically in Article 4, Declaration of Rights, Section 4, where it states, and I quote, "Equal protection of the laws may not be denied or impaired on the account of sex, race, ancestry, national origin, language, or social status," end quote. However, they are still being marginalized and discouraged to stand for election. A report titled The Beijing Plus 20 Review of Progress in Implementing the Beijing Platform for Action in Pacific Island Countries and Territories, published by the Secretariat for Pacific Communities on February 2015, confirms this on page 74 in Critical Area G, Women in Power and Decision Making, which states, and I quote, "Research has shown that women are often dissuaded from standing for elections by family and community members," as quoted in Huffer 2006, "and are more likely to access leadership positions in civil society organizations than to seek formal political representation. Women who have achieved professional success can be reluctant to face the exposure and reputational risks associated with a political campaign, as quoted in SPC 2010B, end quote. To repeat, women are the other half of the FSM, and like the rest of us, they need to have their needs and interests adequately represented in decision-making. Furthermore, simply waiting for change is not an option. Doing exactly that will leave our women waiting for full enjoyment of their right to equal treatment. To emphasize how long women will have to wait, an article by Flemish Senator Guler Turin on the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development website, titled "White Quotas Work for Gender Equality" in 2015, writes, and I quote, "It is unacceptable that political leadership is still very much capable of predominantly male privilege. According to Fomzan Lambo Nguka, Executive Director of the United Nations Women, it will take another 50 years to achieve gender equality in the political sphere at the current rate of change. Patiently waiting for that to happen is not an option. Tough measures are needed, and quotas for women in parliamentary meetings is the most important one," end quote. Instead of waiting, we can take action using gender quotas, otherwise what these temporary special measures are implied to be. Gender quotas are used to create equal representation among genders in legislation, which contribute to the promotion of gender equality and ease the access of women into political positions of government. Judges, it has been almost 40 years, and we should not keep our women waiting another 50 years, nearly one whole century, for the right to equal treatment and representation. Such temporary special measures are necessary in order to accelerate gender equality, guarantee that equality of opportunities benefit everyone, and ensure that the needs and interests of our entire population are effectively represented in decision-making. Now on to our second point, having a woman in Congress will improve the FSM. As we stated before, the Federated States of Micronesia is one of the few countries without women in parliament. This happened to be the case for many years, but by including women, we increase diversity, which brings new views, talents, and ideas to the table. All these will not just benefit Congress, but will benefit the entire FSM by improving decision-making processes. Research over the years does indicate that having a woman in parliament does improve decision-making. According to one article on the UNWoman.org website titled "Leadership and Political Participation Facts and Figures," January 2019, one of its facts says, and I quote, "There is established and growing evidence that women's leadership in political decision-making processes improves them. Women demonstrate political leadership by working across party lines through parliamentary women's caucuses, even in the most politically combative environments, and by championing issues of gender equality, such as elimination of gender-based violence, parental leave and childcare, pensions, gender equality laws, and electoral reforms," as quoted in Equality in Politics, a survey for men and women in parliaments 2008. End quote. Another study titled "Gender Quotas and Women's Political Leadership," written by Diana Z. O'Brien and Johanna Rickney, and published by the Research Institute of Industrial Economics in Sweden, goes on further about the benefits of having a gender quota in place. On the last paragraph on page 6, which is also continued on page 7, it states, and I quote, While women's greater numbers alone may lead to female politicians to work together, quotas may achieve more than just a critical mass of female representation. Franchette and Biscopo, 2008, suggest that quota policies can generate mandate effects that empower female legislators to represent women's interests. Following the implementation of a gender quota in Mexico, for example, female deputies were especially successful in passing legislation related to women's interests. Kerbel and Atkinson, 2013. A comparison of quota and non-quota women serving in British Parliament, moreover, shows that these mandate effects, such as identifying with women as a group or feeling obligated to work for women, are strongly felt by women selected via the positive discrimination policy, Childs and Crook, 2012. As women elected via quotas sometimes express a stronger gender consciousness than their non-quota counterparts. They may be especially likely to band together in support of prospective or incumbent female leaders. In this way, we may expect quotas to simultaneously enable women to seek leadership posts and to support female candidates for these positions, end quote. Having women's leadership in Congress not only improves decision-making, but affects the outcomes to match up with that of the interests and needs of our entire population. We can also support these measures to be more effective by providing capacity-building support to both men and women candidates. Capacity building, also known as capacity development, is the process by which organizations obtain, improve, and retain the skills, knowledge, tools, equipment, and other resources needed to do their jobs competently. This was suggested in a report by the United Nations Division for the Advancement of Women, titled Equal Participation of Women and Men in Decision-Making Processes. Report of the expert group meeting by Addis Ababa, October 2005, paragraph 58, Training and Skills Development, where it clearly states, and I quote, "In order for quotas to be effective, both women and men need access to training and skills development. Given that many women have had little experience with running for political office, it is of utmost importance that training be made readily available to allow women to develop and fine-tune their political skills. Once in office, women may also benefit from leadership training and mentoring to increase efficiency and ensure sustainability. Training programs should also target men to expose them to the complexities of gender discrimination and the necessity of and mechanisms for promoting women in public office." End quote. Through this training, we can provide newer female candidates with knowledge and skills they need to enable them to perform with competence, and ensure that male candidates also receive the same benefits from this training and speak more on gender-related issues. Justine Greening, the United Kingdom Development Secretary, observed that, and I quote, "No country can truly develop if half its population is left behind." End quote. Above all, ensuring that women can fully enjoy equal opportunity and be represented equally alongside men is not just important for equality of opportunity, but is important to the development of the FSM as a whole. Now that brings us to our third point. These temporary special measures will help remove barriers in the way of women's political representation. There are barriers that currently hinder their right to equal representation and equal opportunity in the FSM. Aside from the obvious financial barriers, gender norms and stereotypes are the main barriers that affect women's access to decision-making and leadership roles. Explaining why the political representation for women in the Pacific is low. This is confirmed in the Beijing Plus 20 review of progress in implementing the Beijing Plus Platform for Action in Pacific Island countries and territories. In critical area G, women in power and decision-making, the first paragraph on page 69 states, and I quote, "Women's political representation in the Pacific Islands region is the lowest of any global region." Across the 16 Pacific Island countries and territories that provided information for this report, on average, 13.6% of parliamentarians are women, December 2014, which is 8% below the global average. However, the situation varies widely across the region, from French Polynesia, where 56% of parliamentarians are women, while there has never been a woman elected in the FSM. Excluding the French territories, the proportion of female parliamentarians is a woeful 5%. Traditional beliefs about men's and women's roles, women's limited social capital, and lack of support from political bodies explain the poor progress of women's political representation in the region. In general, it is more difficult for women who are as qualified as men to achieve political representation due to these barriers. In our interview with Senator Gardenia Isaac, she had discussed about the challenges she faced when running for a position. One of them was discouragement. She was often told by people that running for office is not a woman's role. This harmful misconception of what our women can and cannot do is preventing them from having equal opportunity and representation. Not only that, it is also preventing all of us from working together to achieve a better FSM. In order for such temporary special measures to be effective and have those reserved seats filled up, we will need to remove these barriers and empower our women at the same time. Inside the Beijing Plus 20 review of progress in implementing the Beijing Platform for Action in Pacific Island countries and territories, some recommendations were made by the Pacific Women's Conference in Critical Area G and mentioned some ways we could do this through. Here are 3 of those recommendations. 1, community and voter awareness. 2, training and capacity building for women in decision-making positions. And 3, including in parliamentary procedures and good governance. And 3, advocacy with traditional leaders and leaders of faith-based organizations to recognize the importance of and support women in public life and decision-making. To make things more understandable, we can help remove such barriers and at the same time support these temporary special measures by doing a few things aside from capacity building, which we mentioned earlier. The values of just because reserved seats are created does not mean that women will run for them. We have to motivate our women and give them a reason to take up the opportunity. For passing the resolution, we cannot just compensate for such barriers, but we have to remove them along the way. Removal of these barriers will help ensure women's full participation in our government, which in turn will give women not only a chance to show that they are valuable assets to the government workforce and leadership, but an opportunity for the FSM to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Chu. We will now hear the opponent's rebuttal. Dean Bonpei, you have 5 minutes.
For their first main point, women make up half of the population. They deserve to be in Congress, but why are TSNs required? Since women make up half of the population, they can get into Congress on their own. If men make up half of the FSM and women make up the other half, then it's not reasonable to pay special attention to women. Women and men are equal. A woman in parliament would definitely improve decision making. My team and I agree with that. We want women in Congress, but we do not agree with the adoption of TSNs. By doing that, we are implying that we need women's perspective in Congress. But because they are weaker than men, they need special help. We do not want women to be treated that way. For the third main point, remove barriers in women's way. They remove the barriers in women's political representation. What barriers? Women have remained underrepresented for years, but that's how it is. In our culture, men are considered the leaders, but now we are observing changes in our nation. Take for example in the PNI state and Chu legislature. In the past, no woman in the state legislatures, but they have Cindy Lega in the PNI and Gardenia Isaac in the Chu. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Bonpei. Now we will hear the proponent's response to the rebuttal. Dean Chu, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for putting out your rebuttals. So our response, they did not respond to our second point, but they did respond to our first point, which is that women make up half of the population. So they said why are TSMs required and it's not necessary because men and women are already equal. And women, we do not want to represent women in a way that they are weaker than men. These temporary special measures are required because of the social, cultural barriers in the way of women's political representation. We can't just sit here and do nothing about it, and action must be taken. For our third point, which they responded by saying, women are underrepresented, but that's just how it is. That's not a good excuse for us not to take action. Instead of sitting around, we should do something about it. Women's political representation and their full enjoyment of their rights to equal treatment is important to the development of the FSM. Of course, while there are changes in what's going on, they still haven't been able to win any election in regards to Congress. And that does mean that we need to change things.
Thank you. It is now time for the opponent's main argument. Team Pohnpei, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
Our first main point, evolutionary change. Resolve, FSM should not adopt TSMs because change is already in place. Our mentality about women in politics is changing, and there is sufficient evidence of this. According to the National Election Office, in 2017, 2 women from Pohnpei stood for the FSM Congress, Attorney Marcela E. Jack and Dr. Merlin Abelo Alfonso. Marcela E. Jack ran for Pohnpei Election District 3, competing against Esmond B. Moses, and Dr. Merlin Abelo Alfonso ran for Pohnpei Election District 1, competing against Fernie S. Perner. Dr. Merlin Abelo Alfonso received 2,028 votes, but lost by 1,128 votes. And Attorney Marcela E. Jack lost by 1,758 votes. They lost in this election, but they did not give up. In 2019, these 2 women ran again for the FSM Congress, and there was progress in this year's election. Marcela E. Jack lost to Esmond B. Moses by 1,388 votes, unlike in the previous election where she lost by 1,758 votes. And for Dr. Alfonso, she lost by 1,128 votes in the past election, but this time she lost only by 260 votes. These 2 women have the passion to lead their nation because even though they did not make it in the 2017 election, they attempted to run for the second time in the 2019 election. And they may have lost in both elections, but there was a significant increase in their votes. Ladies and gentlemen, it only took 2 general elections, 2017 and 2019, to trigger a change in the mindset of the people of the FSM. Imagine if we gave more chance for our women to work their own way up to the national level and more time to our people to acquire the knowledge that women can get into Congress. Without a doubt, women will be elected to Congress without any special measures. According to Marcela Jack's keynote address at the International Women's Day, she is determined to run for the FSM Congress for the 3rd time in 2021. Isn't this a sign of women empowerment in the FSM? Let us take the U.S. for example. The U.S. Congress was founded in 1789, and in 1916, the first woman, Jeannette Rankin, was elected Congress. It took 127 years for the U.S. to have a female representative in Congress, but over the years, the percentage of women in the U.S. Congress kept on increasing. According to an article on politics of the United States of America, women comprised 19.1% of the 113th Congress, 19.4% of both 114th and 115th Congress. And today, the percentage went up to 23.7%. The U.S. never for once adopted TSMs to fast-track women representation. Yet, women have made great deals in Referring back to FSM Congress has been in operation for 40 years. and women have just begun to reach up to the national political ceiling. Cultural values in the FSM are changing now, which means that the mindset of the people is changing as well. For as Benjamin Disraeli, former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, once said, change is inevitable. Change is constant. Therefore, we can conclude that in the near future, women will be elected to Congress. In fact, women in the FSM do not need TSMs. They need our support, the support of the citizens of the FSM. Point number 2, meritocracy. Resolved. FSM should not adopt TSMs because they violate against the basic principle of merit. They give preference to women over men. Election is based on qualifications, not gender. Candidates who are elected to office are those who are perceived to be more qualified to lead a nation, chosen by the people themselves. Therefore, adopting TSMs would undermine the selection of more qualified candidates. As stated in the proposition, TSMs should be adopted to ensure each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress. But what if there are male candidates who are more qualified to fill those seats? To elaborate more, let us consider Yap and Kishar. Both states are given 2 seats in Congress based on state population. So if FSM adopts TSMs, Yap and Kishar will have to set aside one of those seats for women. By doing this, more qualified male candidates would be left out. And this would send a message that our government is giving more preference to women over men. It is indeed unfair to male candidates that the female candidates shall be treated differently. For years, every man who has served in the FSM Congress worked his own way up to his position. But why should women be treated differently? According to one of our male interviewees, that is discrimination against men. Can we do this under the FSM Constitution? For as clearly stated in Article 4 of the FSM Constitution, equal protection of the laws may not be denied or impaired on account of sex. If men are elected based on qualifications in the FSM, women should be elected based on qualifications as well. In the same way that Jeanette Rankin became the first female member of the U.S. Congress, or the way Lou Leon Guerrero was elected the first female governor of Guam, so should our women strive to become the first female member of the FSM Congress. The third main point, social stigma. Resolved, FSM should not adopt TSMs because women would feel stigmatized by them. Based on our interviews, women consider getting into Congress on TSMs as free ride, handing out of jobs, and spoon feeding. Women will feel that being elected on TSMs would make them feel less worthy and less deserving than those elected on open seats. Even citizens would undermine their leadership, claiming that they are just token representatives or that they are not as capable as men, and that is why they need special help, the TSMs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not talking about just any women. We are talking about Kashayan women, Pompeian women, Chuukese women, and Yapese women. Women who are persistent. Women who do not want to be considered weak or less capable than others. Women want to be elected to Congress because of their work efforts, not because of their gender. According to Anna Mendiola, President and CEO of the FSM Development Bank, I do not want women to be in Congress because they wear skirts, but because people want them there. Women in the FSM want a fair contest where they can prove that they are just as intelligent, strong, and capable as any male candidate in the FSM. According to Cindy Lerca, Senator for the Pompey State Legislature, spoon feeding, we have to sweat out. In addition to this, 9 bills have been introduced in the FSM Congress to reserve seats for women, starting from 2008 to 2018, but none of those bills ever came to pass. The first bill was introduced by then Speaker Figueres and then Vice Speaker Moses. According to Speaker Figueres, when we introduced the bill, there was a FSM Women's Conference in Chuuk. One by one, the women marched up to the podium and said that they didn't want to be given a free ride to Congress. The last bill introduced by Esmond B. Moses was a TSM and would be in effect for 8 years. And unlike the bills that were proposed before, it gave female full voting rights, but still, women rejected it. It is evident that women want to break through the national political barriers on their own and that the adoption of TSMs is the last thing on their mind. Thank you.
We will now hear the proponent's rebuttal. Team Chu, you have 5 minutes.
So in our rebuttal, for their first point, they mentioned evolutionary change, and that change was already in effect. Well, that does not give us any excuses to sit around and not use these TSMs to our advantage. They can increase gender equality and accelerate women's representation in decision-making. Even though 2 women stood for election in Congress in Ponte, what about the rest of the women in the FSM? And for their second point, they said that it violates merit. While that may be true, the resolution is needed because women who are as capable as men are having a much more harder time. They are being prevented from these positions by social-cultural barriers. And these are necessary in order to make sure that everyone gets represented in Congress and equality of opportunity exists. And for their third point, they mentioned stigmatization. And how that these TSMs were essentially just a free ride to Congress. This is not a free ride to Congress. This does not mean that women instantly get placed into those seats just because they signed up. They still have to compete against other women who are also qualified as men. Thank you.
Thank you. It is now time for the opponent's response to the rebuttal. Team Bonpei, you have 3 minutes.
To defend our 3 main points that we mentioned earlier, so for our first main point, which was evolutionary change, we want to make it clear that women have just begun to reach up to the national level. Our country is modernizing. People are adopting changes. We are no longer the same. Traditional and cultural values are changing in the FSM. Sooner or later, women will be elected to Congress. They do not need temporary special measures. They can get there on their own. We are seeing changes everywhere. None of us can deny that. For our second main point, meritocracy. Men are elected based on qualification. We're not saying that if women will be elected on TSMs, they're not qualified. It's just that there are other men who are willing to run for the seat, but sadly, that seat has already been reserved for women. And it's unfair that women shall be treated differently. We are all equal. For our last main point, stigma. Women will feel stigmatized. According to most of our female interviewees, they are against the adoption of TSMs because they want to prove to everyone that they are just as capable, competent, and intelligent as any male candidate. They want to get there on their own. And that is their right that we cannot deny to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Ponce. It is time for the summation and closing. Proponent's conclusion. Team Chu, you have 4 minutes.
To recap everything, let me read again the resolution for this year's National Law Day debate. It was, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia shall adopt temporary special measures to ensure each of the states has at least one female representative in Congress," end quote. Throughout the course of this debate, my partner and I have proven to you why these temporary special measures are needed for the 3 reasons. Firstly, women are the other half of the FSM and have a right towards equal representation. Secondly, passing the resolution will help the FSM by including women in Congress. Third, passing the resolution will help remove barriers in the way of women's representation. By passing the resolution, not only will we accelerate gender equality, but remove the sociocultural barriers hindering women from achieving political representation. The resolution is needed because our women have not been able to fulfill or fully enjoy their right to equality of opportunity and representation. And by passing the resolution, not only will we promote gender equality, but ensure that men and women across our nation are able to work together to build a better FSM. Yes, these temporary special measures go against our Constitution and our people's freedoms. But how can we be so sure that everyone is equal when our women, who are half of our population, are left behind when it comes to their right to equal representation? These temporary special measures are necessary in order to ensure that our women can fully enjoy their rights to equal protection of the laws, equal representation, and equal treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Chu. It is now time for the opponent's summation and closing. Team Ponce, you have 4 minutes.
Imagine a place where women and men are treated equally in everything, where women are looked upon as talented and capable citizens who can compete with men in almost anything, especially in politics. That place could be the FSM, and we sure would like to be citizens of such a place. Therefore, my team and I call upon all the women of the FSM to join us in opposing the adoption of temporary special measures because it will make us look weak in the eyes of the people of the FSM. No matter how good this temporary special measure may sound, it will definitely degrade us, the women of Micronesia. Because by being treated differently, we are sending a message to everyone in the FSM, in the Pacific, and in the entire world that we are helpless and hopeless on our own feet. I am sure we don't want to be looked upon as weak, incapable, and unworthy because we are Micronesians. We are the women of the ocean who are invincible and persistent at will. We may not be represented in Congress at the moment, but we will be soon. We know this because we, Micronesian women, are a very determined group of individuals, and we are proud of our identity as the formidable women of the ocean. If men are represented in Congress through fair elections, we want to be elected to Congress in a similar manner. No special treatment whatsoever. If we do not make it today, we will make it tomorrow or the day after. The important thing is that we will get there eventually because we are always moving forward, slowly but surely. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. It is now time for the judges' questioning. Judges, you may begin.
Hi there. I don't have any questions for any of the proponents or opponents. I think that you have clarified all of your positions very well today, and I'd like to thank you again and congratulate you for your presentations. Thank you.
I also have no questions for you guys, but I just wanted to let you know that all 4 teams have surpassed my expectations. And your command of the subject and how well you guys have researched it has just blown me away. And I think that you all have such an amazing future if you choose to pursue law. I may be a little biased as an attorney, but I think that you guys all should consider it because you guys all have a future there.
I was going to ask questions, but it's late. And I also feel that all 4 teams have done so well. And I would love to talk to you more about these issues this evening at dinner, but I think that I am going to pass on questioning now as well. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, judges. We have come to the end of the 4th debate, and this is our last debate for today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our debaters a big round of applause. Debaters, you may go back to your seat. Thank you again, and I will turn over the podium to our MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, parents. While the judges are deliberating on the scores, I'd like to thank all the teams and the coaches for the outstanding performance you've delivered today. These students, these teams, have been preparing for months. They have researched, they have practiced, they have competed within each of the states against very strong teams as well. And they have won and advanced to the national debate. Regardless the results, these are champions. At this time, I would like to ask that we acknowledge those individuals and organizations that have made this event possible. The Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia and the 2019 FSM National Law Day Committee extends sincere appreciation and gratitude for the following individuals, businesses, corporations, entities for their generous donations to the National Law Day Scholarship Fund. The donations, all the money that is donated, will be given back to the students to assist them with their studies during college. The committee in the Supreme Court wishes to thank the President of the Federated States of Micronesia, the Congress of FSM, Chuuk State Court, Koshari State Court, Bombay State Court, Yap State Court, FSM Development Bank, Echide Enterprises, Caroline Fisheries Corporation, Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, Mr. Seth Foreman, the Honorable Vice President and Mrs. George
Met Farm, Casidelia Tire, Pacific Landscaping, Engineer and Construction, China Star, Restaurant, RJ Electrical and Refrigeration Services, Ram and Media Law Firm, Mrs. Nora Sikra, Associate Justice Larry Winward, Tam Davis, Deloitte & Touche, Carl Kerry Sender, Bombay Women Council, Ms. Stephanie Ridland, Mr. and Mrs. Atarino Eliezer, Mrs. Emiliana Mushash Carl and family, Ms. Lorena Burnett and family, John Katangat and family, Lela Town Government, FSM Telecommunications Corporation, Oris Road, Bombay Public Broadcasting Corporation, for P6AH, Koshai Stevie Doring Company, Anne Conrad and family, Koshai Women Concept, YAP Cooperative Association, and Mr. and Mrs. Teti Aspulpong. Your contributions, your support is greatly appreciated by the board and the coordinating committee. Thank you very much. While we are waiting for the judges to tally up the scores, we still have water in the back. Please feel free to go and help yourself. Just a few more minutes, and then the results will be announced. Thank you very much for waiting. Now the results are available from the judges, and I will be turning over the floor to the chairperson of the 2000 National Law Day Coordinating Committee, Ms. Emiliana Mastrasio Carl, to announce the results to all.
Now I know that this is the time that we're all waiting for. So where's the drum beat? But before announcing the scores, I want to join the previous speakers in again thanking all the debaters. As you can see, 4 of us were sitting there going through the tallying because the scores were so tight together. So we had to check double and triple and quadruple to make sure that the numbers are actually correct. So we have all concluded. I verified the judges' scores, and I will announce the total tally from both debates per state. So the results, as we have received, the Bonpei team received a total of 612 points. 612. Let's give them a big round. Team Chuk received a total score of 607 points. Team Koshai received a total points scores of 607 points. And Team Yap received a total score of 504 points. So that means this year's team champion for 2019 National Law Day debate is Team Bonpei. Second place, we have a tie, and we will retain it as a tie. Second place goes to Team Chuk as well as Team Koshai. Third place goes to Team Yap. Let's congratulations once again. Let's give everyone a big round of applause. Thank you. So again, for the award ceremony, it will be at Cupid's this evening at 6 for the debaters, the coaches, judges, and of course the families of debaters and coaches are welcome. It will be at Club Cupid. This is also for the panel members that were here yesterday. We're inviting the Bonpei State Law Day Committee. You're welcome to join us this evening. This is extended to those that received the invitations, so all the state courts and municipal courts that are here with us, as well as the committee members. So we're inviting our media as well, so please join us at this evening at 6 o'clock. So again, thank you very much. There will be the award ceremony. The scholarship awards will be issued tonight. This evening, so please come so you can get your check. Thank you.
Picture taking for all debaters and coaches. Maybe committee members who want